For any accounting needs you may have, Todd, our world certified public accountant, has you covered. From income tax planning, preparation, and consulting for individuals and businesses. Todd Wold CPA would like to wish the best to the teams competing and thank the coaches and players for their hard work and dedication throughout the season on and off the field, as anything can happen every night at the Diamond. For more information, go online to wold-cpa.com. That's wold-cpa.com. Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting, with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Express Lane Marathon in Kindred is your neighborhood convenience store where convenience meets quality, whether you're fueling up with Marathon's top-tier fuel or grabbing a quick snack. Express Lane has you covered. From hot stuff pizza, smash hit subs, premium soft serve ice cream, gas, diesel, and propane exchange.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neelsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsboro, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argusville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
For any accounting needs you may have, Todd, our world certified public accountant, has you covered. From income tax planning, preparation, and consulting for individuals and businesses. Todd Wold CPA would like to wish the best to the teams competing and thank the coaches and players for their hard work and dedication throughout the season on and off the field, as anything can happen every night at the Diamond. For more information, go online to wold-cpa.com. That's wold-cpa.com. Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Tick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Check 1, check 2, checking on audio. I think we have audio now. Hello, everybody. I think we're back and we're live and we have some audio working for you. Sorry about the confusion and the technical difficulties. I'm Mike Bernier. I got Hamrin Hank Kuznia up here running the camera for me. We're in the top of the third inning. It's a one-run lead for the Blue Sox out of Hillsboro Central Valley. The Blue Sox lead it 1-0. They have a runner on first base with one out. Jack McDonald on the mound with a 3-1 count as he fouls it away. This is the batter. And the pitcher, Chase Halfley, he's 0 for 1. He struck out looking his first time up. Early on, we had some technical difficulties thanks to Mark out at yourliveevent.com. He got it working for us here, so we're into the ball game. Got a doubleheader planned. Here's a little looper out in the shallow left. Kylan Swenson's going to have to play it on a hop. It's going to be a little bloop single out to left field for Halfley, his first hit of the ball game. Second hit of the inning for the Blue Sox. Third hit of the game. Blue Sox lead it 1-0. They had an RBI single in the first inning by Brody Dickoff. Riley Richter steps to the plate now. He's 0 for 1. He struck out looking his first time up as we have a courtesy runner for the pitcher. It's number 7, Carson Gazette. One run, 3 hits, 1 error for the Blue Sox. For the Vikings, no runs, 1 hit, and no errors. Runners on first and second. One out. Here's a pitch from Jack McDonald to his battery mate, Graham Hess. It's a pitch down low. 1-0 the count. Riley Richter, the batter, plays first base, right-handed hitter. And the pitch, fastball down. 2 balls and no strikes. American Legion baseball action right here from Kindred. Jack McDonald on the mound, throwing out of the stretch. Runners at first and second with one out. Now here's a pitch. Fastball in there for a strike. 2-1. Jack is throwing 42 pitches now. Top of the third inning, 1-0 lead for the Blue Sox. Now here's a 2-1 pitch. Fastball hit high in the air to left field. It's hit pretty well, but Kylan Swenson has it. Playable. He makes a catch out in medium deep left field for the second out of the inning. And that'll bring up Brody Dickoff. He's a third baseman. He had an RBI single in the first inning. And that's where we stand, 1-0 Blue Sox. Now here's a set by the right-handed pitcher, Jack McDonald. Fastball in there for a strike. Great service here on yourliveevent.com. A lot of baseball action. And here's a high fly ball. Right center field. This is a tough play. Brady Baumgarten comes over and can't handle it. It's dropped. And Max Bernier doesn't have a play. He's cut off in the infield, and there's nowhere to throw it to. It's a 2-0 lead for the Blue Sox. It's going to be an error on Brady out in right field, so no, or on right center field. No RBI for Dickoff. Austin Cotton comes in to score. Hafley makes it over to third. Actually, his pinch runner Cassette will make it over to third base. And that'll bring up Brody Breitenbach. He grounded out to the pitcher his first time up. Swings and misses at the first pitch. 0-1 the count. So a rare error by the Kindred Vikings outfield. Scores a run, and it's 2-0 Blue Sox. Jack McDonald on the mound. He got the start. Gave up a run in the first. 1-2-3 inning in the second. Now a run here, unearned run in the top of the third. 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 error for the Blue Sox. Kindred Vikings, no runs, 1 hit, and 1 error. Now Graham Hess, the catcher, will go through a series of signs, runners at first and third. Now here's the 0-2 delivery. Fastball outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. So the ball was hit out to right center field, and Carson Getty and Brady Baumgarten seemed to be on a little bit of a collision course. Curveball in there for a strike. So it bounced off of Brady Baumgarten's glove, and a run came across the score as here Breitenbach goes down looking, and he's the third out of the inning. 1 run, there was an error. Couple of hits for the Blue Sox. We head to the bottom of the third inning, and the Blue Sox lead at 2-0 on yourliveevent.com.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
And we're back. Again, it's a 2-0 lead for the Blue Sox. We head to the bottom of the third inning. It'll be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters for the Kindred Vikings. Bunt attempt by Andy Traum. He's the 8 hitter playing at second base. It'll be Andy Traum, Jack McDonald, and back to the top with Brady Baumgarten. 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 error for the Blue Sox. Kindred Vikings, no runs, 1 hit, 1 error. That 1 error pretty costly for the Vikings. Cost them a run in the top of the third inning. But we're still early on. A lot of baseball to be played. Here's a pitch in there for a strike. Traum goes down on strikes. 3 strikeouts in a row for the tough right-handed pitcher. Chase Hafley. Chase Hafley had a 1-2-3 inning in the first, all strikeouts. In the second inning, got a ground out, a base hit by Gabe Iverson, and then Bernier and Fisher Johnson struck out. And now he strikes out Andy Traum for the first out of the inning, and that's strikeout number 6. And now Jack McDonald steps to the plate. Nobody on, 1 out, bottom of the third inning. Hillsboro Central Valley Blue Sox. American Legion Baseball taking on the Kindred Vikings on yourliveevent.com. What a wonderful service this is. Here's a 1-1 pitch, fastball swing and a miss by McDonald. 1 ball and 2 strikes. So this marks the second time that Hafley has struck out 3 batters in a row. Sanders in the middle of that was a base hit. Now here's a ground ball over to the third baseman, and McDonald beats it out. I just wasn't sure. I couldn't see the umpire. So he called him safe. It's an infield single for the 9th batter, and that brings us to the top of the order. And Brady Baumgarten, he struck out looking his first time up. So good speed on it, first base, Jack McDonald. No courtesy runner. Brady Baumgarten at the plate. And the pitch, fastball is up, ball 1. Chase Hafley wears number 2, right-handed pitcher. His next pitch will be number 35. Here's the 1-0. Inside, almost clipped Brady. 2-0 the count. Now here's the set and the pitch. Fastball is up. McDonald's going. Throw down to second. Not in time. McDonald steals second base. So a runner on second now. With 1 out and a 3-0 count to Brady Baumgarten. Carson Getty on deck. And the pitch, fastball in there for a strike. 3-1 the count. Good hitters count for Brady Baumgarten. See what kind of swing he'd be able to get, and he takes a good one. Foul tips it back to the catcher, and it fills up the count. 3 balls and 2 strikes. 2 hits now for the Vikings. Iverson had the first. Now here's the 3-2 set. And the pitch. Fastball is outside. He walked him. A lot of baseball going on tonight. The Kindred Babe Ruth Midcast League. They're out in Castleton. Game number 3 for the Vikings out in Castleton. They're in the winner's bracket. They won the first 2. We'll check in on the score out there. Keep you updated as we go along here. 2-0 lead for the Blue Sox here. Bottom of the third and 1 out. Swing and a pop-up foul. Out of play. Strike 1. To Carson Getty. He struck out looking his first time up. Fastball away, ball 1. I tried to take a drink of water, and I just made a complete mess up here. Almost dropped my bottle of water. Not that anybody cares. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. To Carson Getty with Kylan Swenson on deck. Chase Hafley came out and struck out the side in the first inning. Here's a high fly ball to right field. On comes the right fielder. He makes a catch. And there's 2 down. That's right fielder Elijah Smallbeck making the catch out there for out number 2. And Kylan Swenson steps to the plate. He struck out swinging to end the first. Has an opportunity to drive in a run here with a runner in scoring position. And here's the pitch. Fastball, hit him. And that loads the bases. So Swenson on first, Baumgarten on second, Jack McDonald moves to third. And that'll bring up Graham Hess. He grounded out to second base to start the second inning, so he's 0 for 1. Golden opportunity here with 2 outs. Here's a fly ball into shallow center field. On comes the center fielder, and he makes the catch. That's the center fielder, Carter Limke, out in center field. And that ends the inning for the Vikings. No runs. They come up with 1 hit. And there were no errors, 3 runners left on base. We'll take a break, and we'll be back in 60.
And consulting for individuals and businesses. Todd Wold CPA would like to wish the best to the teams competing and thank the coaches and players for their hard work and dedication throughout the season on and off the field, as anything can happen every night at the Diamond. For more information, go online to wold-cpa.com. That's wold-cpa.com. Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the 3-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
And we're back. We head to the top of the 4th inning. Hillsboro, Central Valley, the Blue Sox will send up their 7, 8, 9 hitters. It'll be Griffin Mitzel, Carter Limke, and Elijah Smallbeck to face the right-handed pitcher, Jack McDonald. It's a 2-0 lead for the Blue Sox. They got 1 in the first, 1 in the third. McDonald looks like he has 4 strikeouts. He'll face Griffin Mitzel, who struck out looking his first time up. That was to start the second inning. Now he starts the 4th. 0-1 the count. First pitch is in there for a strike. Wide open stance. Here's a pitch, swing and a foul. No balls and 2 strikes. Hammering Hank Kuzny up, running the camera for us. Appreciate that. I'm trying to run some of the controls. Keep us updated on the ball game. 2-0 lead for the Blue Sox. Top of 4. Here's a ground ball or a line drive foul down the first baseline. Still 0-2. Bernier gave it a look, but it was well foul. Now here's the 0-2 set and the pitch. Fastball outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Thanks to all of our sponsors throughout the season for bringing baseball on yourliveevent.com. Here's a breaking ball, misses up. 2 balls and 2 strikes. After the game, we will have the Todd Wold CPA postgame show for you. We'll also have the Enbridge player of the game and the HTC connection of the match. Another foul ball at the plate for Griffin Mitzel. Quite the battle here between McDonald and Mitzel. Here's the 2-2 breaking ball. Almost hit him, and it did hit him. So Mitzel, the leadoff batter for this inning, gets on board, being hit by a pitch. McDonald hit the first batter he faced in Tyson Leshik, and he came around to score. Now Mitzel's aboard, and that'll bring up Carter Limke. He's 0 for 1. He flew it to center his first time up. Here's a pitch, fastball, nice block by Graham Hess. Throw over to first base is not in time. Bernier covering over there. Andy Traum on second base. Gabe Iverson at short. Here's a fastball upstairs. Fisher Johnson's over at third base. Kylan Swenson in left, Brady Baumgarten center field, and Carson Getty out in right. And here's a 2-0 pitch down in the dirt. 3 balls and no strikes to Carter Limke with Elijah Smallbeck on deck. Here's a 3-0 set by McDonald, and the pitch, fastball in there for a strike. Beautiful night for baseball. Winds blowing out from left field foul pole to right field foul pole. It'll carry out to right field pretty good. Here's a breaking ball on 3-0, and it misses. Limke draws a walk. First 2 batters of the inning are on board. Now we'll have a visit to the mound by Coach Almaris to talk to his pitcher in his infield, likely a bunting situation here. We'll take a quick break, and we'll come back in about 30 after this on yourliveevent.com.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
And we're back in Kindred. Josh O'Mara still out talking to his infield. There will be no pitching change. Runners on at first and second. Mitzel on at second base. Carter Limke on at first. Elijah Smallbeck up. He grounded out to third base to end the second inning. So he's 0 for 1. Top of the order in Tyson Leshik on deck. Runners at first and second, nobody out. Top of the 4th inning, 2-0 lead for the Blue Sox. And here's a pitch from McDonald. The bunt attempt is fouled back to the screen, strike 1. McDonald has thrown 62 pitches now. Elijah Smallbeck, 9th batter, trying to move the runners up into scoring position. Coach Kevin Locken coaching over at third base. Here's the 0-1. It is bunted down the third base line. Fisher Johnson charges, throws over to first in time for the first out of the inning. It'll be a sacrifice bunt. A 5-3 putout for out number 1. Runners move up to second and third base, and there's 1 down. So Elijah Smallbeck gets the job done, moves the runners on up a base, and he's not charged with an at-bat. It's a sacrifice bunt. Here's a pitch to the top of the order in Tyson Leshik. Takes a strike. He was hit by a pitch in the first and scored, and then flew out in the third inning. Has an opportunity to knock home a couple of runs. Here's a pitch, fastball in there for a strike. The umpires tonight, behind home plate is Art Haugen, and out on the base paths, Tate Gustafson. Thank you, gentlemen, for umpiring our ball games tonight. Here's the 0-2 pitch, breaking ball, grounded, foul over by the coach. It'll stay 0-2. Jack McDonald steps off the rubber, looks the runners back. Inning started with a hit batter, then a walk, sacrifice bunt, and here we are. Runners at second and third. Line drive into left center field. That's a base hit. That's going to score a couple of runs. Leshek rounds first. He'll have himself a stand-up 2 RBI double to the left center field gap. And it's 4-0 in favor of the Blue Sox. Still one out. 4-0 lead for the Blue Sox. Big booming 2-run double for the catcher. We'll have a courtesy runner for him. The courtesy runner is number 21, Wyatt Myers. He'll courtesy run for the catcher. Four hits now for the Blue Sox. Here's a set by Jack McDonald and the pitch. Fastball inside, ball 1. This is Austin Cotton. He walked in the first, was stranded at second, singled in the third inning, and scored a run. So he's 1 for 1 with a run scored. Now here's a 1-0 set, and the pitch by McDonald up and in. 2 balls and no strikes. The next pitch will be number 70 for Jack McDonald. Top of the fourth, 4-0 lead for the Blue Sox. And the pitch, breaking ball in there for a strike. 2-1 the count. Now here's a 2-1 set by McDonald. Fastball popped in the air down the left field line. It's going to go foul and out of play. Stayed in the ballpark down there. Kylan Swenson made it a lot closer than it should have been. He's got some wheels out there. But it was well foul. A lot of foul territory out here in Kindred. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count. Here's a set by McDonald, throwing out of the stretch. And the pitch. Breaking ball on the outside corner, strike 3. And out number 2 is recorded. Still 4-0 Blue Sox. And that'll bring up Chase Halfley. He struck out looking and singled. He's 1 for 2. Pickoff attempt over at second base is not in time. Chase Halfley, the starting pitcher. Now here's a set. And the pitch from McDonald. Fastball. Grounded over towards Gabe Iverson at short. He's got it. Throws over to first in time for the out. And it's a 6-3 putout. However, 2 big runs for the Blue Sox on the 2-run double by Tyson Leshek. And it's a 4-0 lead for the Blue Sox with the Vikings coming to bat on yourliveevent.com.
We're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Express Lane Marathon in Kindred is your neighborhood convenience store where convenience meets quality, whether you're fueling up with Marathon's top-tier fuel or grabbing a quick snack. Express Lane has you covered. From hot stuff pizza, smash hit subs, premium soft serve ice cream, gas, diesel, and propane exchange. Make sure to use your Marathon app and get 7 cents back per gallon all summer long. Now offering premium 91 non-ethanol fuel. Express Lane is your friendly and locally owned convenience store.
And welcome back live at Kindred Varsity Field. The Blue Sox lead it 4-0 over the Kindred Vikings. Vikings coming to bat. They'll have the 5, 6, and 7 hitters to bat against the starting pitcher, Chase Halfley. He's thrown a nice ball game so far. He'll face Iverson, Bernier, and Fisher Johnson. Ivor dropped one into center field for the first hit for the Vikings. Now here's a high pop fly in foul territory. There might be a play over here, and it falls just in front of the first base dugout, right in front of the Kindred bench. Strike one to Gabe Iverson. Here's a pitch. Outside, 1-1 the count. Trying to adjust the camera there a little bit. Get it back up and running. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss by Iverson. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nobody on, nobody out. Top of the 4th. Called strike 3, and Iverson goes down for out number 1. In the 4th inning. For the starting pitcher, Chase Halfley, he's now thrown 3 1/3, allowed only the 2 hits, 1 walk, 7 strikeouts. Bernier's 0 for 1, he struck out. That was back in the 2nd. Swings and misses at the first one. 0-1 the count. And the pitch, fastball in, 1 ball and 1 strike. Now here's a 1-1. Fastball pounded foul. Back to the catcher. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The count. Four runs, 4 hits, and 1 error for the Vikings. Or for the Blue Sox. For the Vikings, no runs, 2 hits, and an error. And here's a pitch to Bernier. Fastball, check swing, he went around. The catcher drops it, but he'll apply a tag to Bernier. So Bernier goes down on strikes for the 2nd time. And there's 2 outs. 3 in a row set down by the starting pitcher, Chase Halfley. That'll bring up Fisher Johnson. He was a strikeout victim in the 2nd. And here's a pitch for Fisher Johnson. Misses for ball 1. And here's a pitch, fastball down. 56 pitches thrown by Halfley. We're on the bottom of the 4th inning, so his pitch count's looking very good. Here's a 2-0 fastball in there for a strike. 2-1 the count. Andy Traum would be next. And here's a high pop fly over to the 3rd baseman. And he makes a catch, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for the Kindred Vikings. And we head to the top of the 5th inning. Blue Sox lead it by a score of 4-0, and they're coming to bat on yourliveevent.com.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo-Moorhead and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Green Earth Landscaping offers a full range of services, including commercial and residential landscape design and installation, maintenance and sprinkler services. From outdoor kitchens to patios, retaining walls, lighting, fine grade, sod and hydroseed, and anything in between, Green Earth Landscaping has you covered, servicing the Fargo-Moorhead area and beyond. For more information, go online to greenearthnd.com. That's greenearthnd.com.
Blue Sox to bat. The 4, 5, and 6 hitters, top of the 5th inning. First pitch to Riley Dickoff was a strike, or it was a ball, rather. Second pitch is a strike. 1-1 the count. Riley is 0 for 2. He struck out looking. I'm sorry, this is Riley Richter. He struck out looking in the first and flew out to left. Now he's hit with a pitch. And for the third time, the Blue Sox lead off an inning by getting hit by a pitch. Josh Almaris will come out to talk to his pitcher. We might have ourselves a pitching change here. Let's see what Coach Almaris is thinking here. Looks like Kylan Swenson is going to come in from the outfield. Looks like he's going to go to the mound and pitch. So we'll have ourselves a pitching change, and we'll be back in a little bit as we get the defensive changes for you, and we'll be back.
Make your stop before or after the game at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. Stop out throughout the week for mouth-watering lunch specials weekdays and mark Friday nights down on the calendar for prime rib, ribeye steak, or some walleye at the Knickerbocker. For more information or to find out about daily specials, give the Knickerbocker a like on Facebook by searching the Knickerbocker. Great food and good people. You can find it all at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. For any accounting needs you may have, Todd Our World Certified Public Accountant has you covered. From income tax planning, preparation, and consulting for individuals and businesses. Todd Wold CPA would like to wish the best to the teams competing and thank the coaches and players for their hard work and dedication throughout the season on and off the field, as anything can happen every night at the Diamond. For more information, go online to wold-cpa.com. That's wold-cpa.com.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
And we're back live in Kindred. Hillsboro, Central Valley. The Blue Sox lead at 4-0. There is a runner on first base, and there's nobody out. That runner is a responsibility of the starting pitcher, Jack McDonald, as Kylan Swenson will come in from left field to pitch. Jack McDonald just goes from the pitching mound out to left field, so it's just a straight switch. First pitch from Swenson is in there for a strike. Brady Dickoff, an RBI single in the first. And he reached out an error by the center fielder in the second. That did score a run. And here's a pitch in there for a strike. Kylan Swenson on the hill. McDonald, 4 innings, 4 hits allowed, 4 runs, 3 earned. Walked 2, struck out 5. Here's a big breaking ball. Called strike 3. First out of the inning is recorded. Strikeout for Swenson. So McDonald's given up the 4 runs, 3 earned. He is responsible for the runner on at first base. And that's Riley Richter. He was hit with a pitch. And that brings up Brody Breitenbach. He's 0 for 2. He grounded out and struck out. 4 runs, 4 hits, 1 error for the Blue Sox. For the Vikings, no runs, 2 hits, and 1 error. I'm Mike Bernier. Henry Kuzny up in here running the camera for us. So apparently Tyson Sunby is pinch hitting here. I didn't catch that. Tyson Sunby is on to hit. And he was a starting shortstop. So Paul Quislen, the PA announcer, and just said they probably dissolved the DH. So Sunby is on to hit. Here's a high fly ball. Out to center field. Brady Baumgarten is there. He makes a catch. And there's 2 outs. So Swenson comes on, strikes out the first batter, and gets a fly out. So there's 2 down. Swenson trying to minimize the damage here. Not let anything come across. He inherited a runner at first base. Griffin Mitzel will be the batter. He struck out looking in the second, was hit by a pitch in the fourth, and came around to score. Now here's a pitch, swing and a miss. American Legion Baseball on yourliveevent.com. A lot of fun. Swenson looks over at first base. Nothing doing there. Here's a little slow breaking ball. Misses way outside. 2 balls and a strike. It is senior night out here, so between games, we are bringing you a double header. So between games, there'll be PA announcements, and we'll introduce all of the seniors and the super seniors. 2-2 the count. Update on the Babe Ruth game. Kindred Vikings, Babe Ruth playing up against Castleton in Castleton in the regional tournament. They're just getting underway in that ball game. So there must have been some longer games going on out at the tournament. So they're getting ready to play. I have no idea what just happened, but I think we're going to call that a walk. I think that was ball 4. Mitzel goes down to first base, so Richter goes up to second. And now there's runners first and second, 2 down. Brings up Carter Limke. He flew out to center in the second inning, walked in the fourth, and came around to score. Swings and hits a high pop fly. Shallow right field. Brady Baumgarten comes in from center and puts it away for the third out. So the hit batter to lead off the inning doesn't hurt. And the Blue Sox come up empty in the 5th inning. They do put a couple of runners aboard and leave them stranded. No hits, no errors. We head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Kindred Vikings lead this, or Kindred Vikings trail, to the Blue Sox by a score of 4-0. And we'll be back after this.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo-Moorhead and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Kindred Vikings to bat in the bottom of the 5th inning, trailing 4-0 to the Blue Sox. Quickly 1-1 the count to Andy Traum. 8, 9, and 1 hitters, Andy Traum, Jack McDonald, and Brady Baumgarten. Here's a pitch, little looper out towards the second baseman. That's Cotton, he's got it. So it'll be a pop-up to start the inning to the second baseman for the first out. 5 in a row set down by the starting pitcher, Chase Halfley. He's done a nice job throwing a shutout so far. Bottom of the 5th inning, he's only allowed the 2 hits. One of them was an infield single to Jack McDonald, and he steps up to the plate. McDonald had an infield single, stole second base, got over to third base on a walk and a hit by pitch, but was stranded there. First pitch to him is over for a strike, with Brady Baumgarten on deck. And here's a pitch, so there's a grounder over towards third. Dickoff has it, fires over to first base, and they call him out. Oh. Coach Dean Wixel is coming out. They're going to ask to appeal back to the home plate umpire. They felt the first baseman, his right foot was slightly off the bag. Jack McDonald knows it was. And he's going to stay at first base, but they're going to appeal it down to home to see if the home plate umpire had a better angle. And he likely did not have a better angle than the first base umpire. So they're discussing it here, and it looks like they're just going to, well, they're still discussing it here. So McDonald's still standing on first base. It was a good throw across a diamond, and they're going to call him safe. So it took off the first baseman, Riley Richter. His right foot came off slightly, and now Kevin Locken is going to come out and have a few words for the home plate umpire. So I think we'll call that an error, I believe, E5. So there's one out, and now a runner on at first base. What are we calling that, Quiz? E5? E5 on the throw. It did take the first baseman slightly off the bag. So McDonald's is on at first base. There is one out. And back to the top of the order. Now the discussion from the head coach, Kevin Locken, is through with home plate umpire Art Haugen. I did feel that the first baseman's right foot was slightly off the bag. So I think they got the right call. Again, it doesn't make any difference what my opinion is, but it only matters what the umpires decide. And they decided that he's safe. So here's a pitch, fastball up, ball one. Baumgarten, the batter, he struck out in the first and walked in the third. And the 0-1 is outside. 2 balls and no strikes. So the Vikings catch a break, have a runner at first base. The initial call was out. Throw did beat McDonald to first, but right foot of the first baseman was off. Here's a throw down to second base, not in time. McDonald steals his second base of the ballgame. The count is 3-0 to Brady Baumgarten with Carson Getty on deck. Four runs, 4 hits, 2 errors for the Blue Sox. No runs, 2 hits, and 1 error for the Kindred Vikings as Brady Baumgarten draws a walk for the second time in the ballgame. Runners at first and second with 1 down, and Carson Getty steps to the plate. Now there'll be a little player visit to the mound. The infield comes in to have a little discussion out here. Carson Getty struck out looking in the first, flew out to right field in the third. He's 0 for 2. Now Josh Omeris will have a little discussion of his own. Babe Ruth ball game just getting underway in Castleton. So no score in that ball game. I take that back. Kindred Vikings take a 1-0 lead. In that ball game, looks like Jackson Schliemann came across to score. Looks like not sure how he scored just yet, but either way, he came across to score. Looks like Erdman grounded into a double play, and Schliemann came across to score on the play. So it's a 1-0 lead for the Kindred Vikings, taking on Castleton, the Black Stockings. Black Stockings are the #1 seed in that tournament. Vikings are number 2. 0-2 the count to Carson Getty with 1 out, runners at first and second. Fastball outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. 70 pitches thrown by Chase Halfley. He gets a maximum of 105, so his pitch count's looking very good. Breaking ball, swing and a miss, he got him. Second out of the inning. And how about Chase Halfley? 9 strikeouts through 4 2/3 of work. And that'll bring up Kylan Swenson. He struck out swinging. His first time was hit by a pitch in the third. Here's a pitch, fastball in there for a strike. 0-1 the count. And Hafley steps off. Runners at first and second base with 2 outs. Kylan Swenson the batter. And here's a pitch, breaking ball, down. 2 balls and 1 strike, or 1 ball and 1 strike, I should say. Graham Hess is on deck. Here's a 1-1 set, and the delivery. Fastball popped in the air, foul, and out of play, strike 2. Now here's a 1-2 set. Fastball is up, and McDonald steals third base uncontested. His 3rd steal of the game. Baumgarten did not take off from first base. I think McDonald just read it well and got a very good jump. Was able to scamper into third base. No throw. Third baseman didn't even bother to go cover. Here's a 2-2 set by Hafley, and the pitch. Fastball called, strike 3, and Swenson goes down and strikes. 10 strikeouts now for Hafley. And that ends the 5th inning. Kindred Vikings trail the Blue Sox by a score of 4-0. The Blue Sox coming to bat. And how about Hafley mowing them down, as they say. And we head to the top of the 6th inning on yourliveevent.com.
Green Earth Landscaping offers a full range of services, including commercial and residential landscape design and installation, maintenance and sprinkler services. From outdoor kitchens to patios, retaining walls, lighting, fine grade, sod and hydroseed, and anything in between, Green Earth Landscaping has you covered, servicing the Fargo-Moorhead area and beyond. For more information, go online to greenearthnd.com. That's greenearthnd.com.
And we're back live at Kindred Field. Kindred Vikings down by a score of 4-0. We head to the top of the 6th inning. Kylan Swenson still on the mound for the Kindred Vikings. He came on in relief in the 5th inning. He'll face the 9-1-2 hitters for Hillsboro Central Valley, the Blue Sox. Elijah Smallbeck, the batter, he grounded out and had a sacrifice bunt back in the 4th, and that helped get runners into scoring position for a big 2-run double by Tyson Leshik. So Elijah Smallbeck, the batter. Here's a high pop fly left side of the infield. Looks like Gabe Iverson, the shortstop, takes charge and puts it away for out number 1. Top of the 6th inning, 1 out, nobody on. We head to the top of the order. Tyson Leshik was hit by a pitch and scored a run in the 1st, flew out in the 3rd. Big 2-run double into the gap in left center field in the 4th inning. That scored the 3rd and 4th runs for the Blue Sox, and that's where we sit, 4-0, top of the 6th. Here's a pitch in the dirt. 2 balls and no strikes, the count to the batter. Now here's a 2-0 pitch, swinging and a high fly ball. Right center field, Brady Baumgarten moves over and puts it away for out number 2. So that does end the line for the starter, Jack McDonald. 4 innings pitched, 4 hits allowed, 4 runs, 3 earned, walked 2, struck out 5. Here it's 4 runs, 4 hits, and 2 errors for the Blue Sox. Kindred Vikings, no runs, 2 hits, and an error. Austin Cotton, the batter, he walked in the 1st, singled and scored a run in the 3rd, and struck out in the 4th. Here's a 1-0 pitch, swinging a line drive over towards the second baseman, Traum. He's got it, throws over to Bernier at first, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Kylan Swenson. In the top of the 6th inning, Kindred Vikings coming to bat, trailing this one by a score of 4-0 to the Blue Sox, and we'll be back after this on yourliveevent.com.
Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsboro, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
For any accounting needs you may have, Todd Our World Certified Public Accountant has you covered. From income tax planning, preparation, and consulting for individuals and businesses. Todd Wold CPA would like to wish the best to the teams competing and thank the coaches and players for their hard work and dedication throughout the season on and off the field, as anything can happen every night at the Diamond. For more information, go online to wold-cpa.com. That's wold-cpa.com.
And we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Kindred Vikings will bat the 4, 5, and 6 hitters. Graham Hess, Gabe Iverson, and Max Bernier against the starting pitcher, Chase Halfley. And what a ball game he's thrown. He's gone 5 innings. Has allowed only the 2 hits, no runs. Struck out 10 batters. Graham Hess will lead it off. He's 0 for 2. He grounded out and flew out. First pitch to him is a ball. That was pitch number 77 for the right-hander Halfley. Pitch count looking pretty good. Again, he gets a maximum of 105 in a day. Fastball down low, 2 balls and no strikes. Vikings have left 6 runners on base in this ball game. And the pitch is down low, 3-0 the count. And here's a 3-0 pitch in there for a strike. Bottom of the 6th inning, Hillsboro Central Valley. 4 runs, Kindred Vikings with 0 as Graham Hess draws a walk. And that'll bring up Gabe Iverson. Let's see if we have a courtesy runner for the catcher. It will be Sawyer Hess, the older brother of Graham. So he'll do some courtesy running here. Gabe Iverson singled in the 2nd inning, struck out looking in the 4th, 1 for 2. Sawyer Hess to run for Graham. And here's a set by Chase Halfley. And the pitch, fastball, up and in, ball 1. And here's a pitch, fastball popped in the air, left side of the infield. Third baseman Brody Dickoff goes over and makes the catch on the pop-up, and there's 1 away. Max Bernier steps to the plate. He's 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. Sawyer Hess gets his lead. Throw over to first base is not in time. Max Bernier, the first baseman, tall right-handed hitter. Swinging a high pop fly right side of the infield. The second baseman, Cotton, comes over, makes a catch. And there's 2 down. In the Babe Ruth ball game, it's the bottom of the 1st inning. Castleton has come up with a couple of runs, and they lead it by a score of 2-1 over the Kindred Vikings in that Babe Ruth matchup. Number 1 seed against the number 2 seed, Kindred Vikings. Fisher Johnson to bat. He's 0 for 2, struck out and popped out. Now here's a pitch from Halfley. Fastball, swinging a line drive, foul down the right field line. Fisher Johnson hit it hard, but it's strike one. 85 pitches thrown now by the right-hander. Andy Trum is on deck. And here's the 0-1 set, and the pitch outside. Throw down to second is not in time. Sawyer Hess steals second base. Fisher Johnson batting, 1-1 count. And here's the 1-1 set and the pitch. Off speed, misses up. 2 balls and a strike. Bottom of 6. 2 outs, runner aboard. Swinging a high fly ball into center field. This ball's hit well, and that's trouble. And that's over the center fielder's head. And that'll score the first run for the Kindred Vikings as Sawyer Hess scores. Fisher Johnson wheeling towards third. Here's a throw, and there's going to be a play. It's not in time. Skips past the third baseman, backed up nicely by the pitcher, Halfley. But a big RBI triple for Fisher Johnson. And that makes it 4-1 in favor of the Blue Sox. And that'll bring up Andy Trum. Andy Trum is 0 for 2. He struck out, popped out. So the Vikings strike for their first run on their third hit. A big booming triple for Fisher Johnson. Here's a pitch, fastball in, nearly hit Andy. And here's a pitch, fastball, line drive, base hit, center field. RBI single for Andy Trum, and he cuts a lead in half. It's a 4-2 lead now for the Blue Sox. RBI single for Andy Trum, and it's 4-2. And that'll bring up Jack McDonald. He singled on an infield grounder in the third, and he reached on an error up the same third base line. There's another grounder over towards third. Takes a wicked hop, and everybody's safe. I think it's going to be another error on the third baseman, Brody Dickoff. And that puts runners at first and second base with 2 down. And back to the top of the order, Brady Baumgarten to bat. He's 0 for 1. He struck out in the first and then walked in the third, walked in the fifth. Here's a pitch, swing and a miss. Big swing by Brady. 90 pitches thrown now by the starting pitcher, Chase Halfley. He had shut down the Vikings until this inning. The Vikings strike for a couple of runs, and he hits Brady, and that loads him up. Bases are juiced. And we are looks like we're gonna have a coaching visit to the mound. Kindred Vikings scored their runs just in this inning. Bottom of the 6th inning, they come up with a couple of runs. Big RBI triple for Fisher Johnson and an RBI single up the middle for Andy Trum. Now they have the bases loaded with 2 down. Carson Getty will be the batter. He's 0 for 3. He struck out a couple of times and flew out to right. Unsure if we're going to have a pitching change here. It does not look like it. Chase Halfley has thrown a nice ball game. Update in the Babe Ruth ball game. Castleton Black Stockings lead it by a score of 2-1. That's in the top of the 2nd inning. Black Stockings are the home team. They're in Castleton and the number 1 seed. So a 2-1 lead for the Black Stockings, top of the 2nd inning. Here, it's a 4-2 deficit. Carson Getty at the plate takes a ball upstairs. Now the pitch count starting to be a little bit of a concern for Halfley as he was trying to close this one out. Here's pitch number 95. Fastball down and in. 2 balls and no strikes. Nowhere to put them. Bases are loaded. 2 outs. Now here's a 2-0 pitch. Fastball grounded over towards the right side. and the pitcher, Halfley, gets there and covers the base and puts him out. And so for the Kindred Vikings, in the bottom of the sixth, they do come up with a couple of runs, leave the bases loaded, and they trail the Blue Sox by a score of 4-2 on yourliveevent.com.
Stay up to date all year long with Your Live Event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search Your Live Event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ. 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
Blue Sox batting, top of the seventh inning. Chase Halfley, Riley Richter, and Brody Dickoff. Halfley is 1 for 3, a strikeout, a single, and a ground out. Now here's a fly ball out to left. Jack McDonald has it measured, and he puts it away. So fly out to left, out number 1. Kylan Swenson on in relief. He's now set down 5 batters in a row. That'll bring up Riley Richter, the first baseman. He struck out, flew out, and was hit by a pitch. 4-2 lead for the Blue Sox. Top of the seventh inning. First pitch in there to Richter is in there for a strike. 4 runs, 4 hits, 3 errors for the Blue Sox. For the Vikings, 2 runs, 4 hits, and 1 error. 1-1 the count. Riley Richter with Brody Dickoff batting next. Here's a pop-up on the foul side. Max Bernier comes over, calmly makes a catch. In foul territory for the second out. 6 batters set down in a row by Kylan Swenson. And that'll bring up Brody Dickoff, the third baseman. Big RBI single in the first, reach on an error. That actually scored a run as well. And then he struck out in the 5th. So he's 1 for 3 with a run batted in. Bats with 2 outs and nobody on. Here's a high pop fly on the right side. Andy Trom, the super senior, calls for it. Everybody backs away and he calmly makes a catch. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for Kylan Swenson. And the Blue Sox go down in the top of the 7th inning. We head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Kindred Vikings coming to bat, trailing by 2.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Express Lane Marathon in Kindred is your neighborhood convenience store where convenience meets quality, whether you're fueling up with Marathon's top-tier fuel or grabbing a quick snack. Express Lane has you covered. From hot stuff pizza, smash hit subs, premium soft serve ice cream, gas, diesel, and propane exchange. Make sure to use your Marathon app and get 7 cents back per gallon all summer long. Now offering premium 91 non-ethanol fuel. Express Lane is your friendly and locally owned convenience store.
Kindred Vikings down to their last hopes in this one. First game of a doubleheader tonight. We'll carry the second game as well. Right here, the Kindred Vikings trail by a score of 4-2. Bottom of the 7th inning. And Kylan Swenson, the pitcher, will lead it off. He takes ball 1. Starting pitcher for the Blue Sox is throwing a nice ball game. He's given up a couple of runs, but he didn't give up any runs until late. Throws pitch number 98 right here on the 1-1 count. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. 1-2 the count to Kylan Swenson. And now here's a pitch. Fastball. Just missed outside. Pitcher thought he had himself another strikeout. Hafley has thrown 6 innings. Here's a pitch. Breaking ball. Called strike 3. He gets this call. And Swenson goes down for the first out. On strikes. Hafley is 6 1/3 innings pitched now. 5 hits allowed, 2 runs. They were both earned. He's walked 3, but now struck out 11 batters in the ballgame. And that'll bring up Graham Hess. He's 0 for 2. He grounded out, flew out, walked, and scored a run in the 6th. First pitch to him misses, ball 1. 100 pitches now for Hafley. What a ball game he's thrown. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Fastball fouled away. Strike 1. We will have the Todd Wold CPA post-game show for you following this ball game. Then we'll take a small break, and then we'll come back with the second game. Here's a fly ball into shallow right, and a diving catch by the right fielder. That's Smallbeck out in right field. He came in shallow and makes a nice, beautiful diving catch. That gets by him, that's trouble. And that'll bring up Gabe Iverson with 2 down. So Hafley has now thrown 6 2/3, trying to get his last out. He's got 3 more pitches to reach the max. Here's a first pitch fastball in there for a strike. Gabe Iverson had the first hit for the Vikings, a single into center field, struck out and popped out. Swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes. Max Bernier is on deck. And Hafley will pitch number 105. Check swing. Did he go? No, he did not. So even though the max is 105, we've talked about this before, he can finish the batter. So here's pitch 106. Fastball, swing and a miss. He got him on strikes. And the Vikings go down 1-2-3 in the top of the 7th inning, and they lose this one by a score of 4-2 to the Hillsboro Central Valley Blue Sox. We'll come back with the Todd Wold CPA postgame show after this on yourliveevent.com.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo-Moorhead and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Green Earth Landscaping offers a full range of services, including commercial and residential landscape design and installation, maintenance and sprinkler services. From outdoor kitchens to patios, retaining walls, lighting, fine grade, sod and hydroseed, and anything in between, Green Earth Landscaping has you covered, servicing the Fargo-Moorhead area and beyond. For more information, go online to greenearthnd.com. That's greenearthnd.com.
And we're back live in Kindred for the Todd Wold CPA postgame show. For any accounting requisitions from income tax planning, preparation, and consulting for individuals or businesses, go online to wold-cpa.com. Kindred Vikings dropped this first game of the doubleheader 4-2 to the Hillsboro Central Valley Blue Sox. They win it 4-2. Story of the game for Hillsboro, the starting pitcher, Chase Halfley, 7 innings of work. He picks up the victory. As I pulled up the wrong ball game here. He picks up the victory going the complete game, 7 innings, and gave up just the 2 runs on 5 hits. Both runs were earned. He walked 3, struck out 12 batters in the ball game, and what a performance for Chase Halfley. In fact, we'll call it right here. He's going to be the player of the game, sponsored by Enbridge. Life takes energy. Enbridge, energy for life. Enbridge.com for career opportunities. Chase Halfley is our player of the game. Thank you again from Enbridge. So Halfley picks up the victory. Offensively for Hillsboro, Tyson Leshik had a big 2-run double. In fact, that's going to be our HTC connection of the match. Sponsored by HTC, discover local reliability you can trust. Halstead Telephone, it's how to connect. HalsteadTel.com. So the Blue Sox win this one by a score of 4-2. In the top of the 4th inning, runners on 2nd and 3rd, Tyson Leshik steps up and just laces a booming, hard-hit 2-run double into the gap in left center field. So that's your HTC connection of the match right here on our Todd Wold CPA postgame show. On the mound for the Kindred Vikings, starting pitcher Jack McDonald will pick up the loss. He goes 4 innings, allows 4 hits, allows 4 runs, 3 earned, walks 2 and strikes out 5. Great job in relief by Kylan Swenson. He comes in for 3 innings. No hits allowed, no runs, 1 walk and 1 strikeout. Offensively for the Vikings, a big RBI triple for Fisher Johnson into center field. Andy Traum added an RBI single right after that. And that was the offense for the Kindred Vikings. So the Kindred Vikings dropped this first game by a score of 4-2. And we'll take a break as it is senior night, and we'll talk about that at the start of game 2. So the seniors are being recognized out in the field right now. So we'll talk about that when we start game 2 on yourliveevent.com.
Alston Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
And welcome back to Kindred. We're getting ready to play game number 2 of this doubleheader. Kindred Vikings hosting the Hillsboro Central Valley Blue Sox. Blue Sox win the first game by a score of 4-2. I'm Mike Bernier along with Hank Kuznia running the camera for me. Got the controls working here. We'll skip through the innings here as we're getting ready to play some baseball. Second game of a doubleheader. This is a non-counter, but we're covering both games on yourliveevent.com. Special night tonight. It was senior night, so we'd like to recognize the seniors. It's become a tradition here in Kindred to recognize the seniors on the night of their final home game of their season, so we'd like to honor that tradition once again. So number 2, Kylan Swenson was called out onto the field. Number 6, Jack McDonald. Number 9, Dylan Stone. Number 16, Jonah Larson. And number 24, Kelby Erdman. We're all recognized, all recent graduates of the Kindred High School. And we also recognize the super seniors. Graduated a year ago. Andy Trom, number 10, playing in this game as well. And Stanley Belaski. Stanley couldn't be here tonight, but wanted to recognize all of those players and thank you for your countless hours of hard work practicing. Some of these guys fill in as umpires and coaches and things like that, things of that nature. So a lot of fun. Thank you to those seniors for your great service to Kindred Baseball. So we're just getting underway here, top of the first inning. Here's a lineup for Hillsboro. Central Valley of the Blue Sox. Leading off and playing in center field will be Tyson Leshik. Batting second, the catcher, Austin Cotton. Batting third and playing in left field will be Chase Halfley. Batting cleanup and playing at second base will be Riley Richter. Batting fifth and playing at third base is Brody Dickhoff. Batting sixth, the pitcher, Griffin Mitzel. Batting seventh and playing at first base is Carter Limke. Batting eighth, playing in right field is Carson Cassette. And batting ninth is Tyson Sunby, the shortstop. First pitch from the right-hander, Kelby Erdman, for the Vikings is a ball. Erdman throwing to his battery mate. Sawyer Hess gets a nod behind the plate in this game. Graham Hess moves over to first base. Here's a pitch from Kelby Erdman, high fly ball into center field. Brady Baumgarten is there, and he makes a catch in center field for the first out. And there's one away. Early goings of this one, top of the first inning. Blue Sox win the first one by a score of 4-2. Around the infield defensively for the Vikings. Like at first base is Graham Hess, like I mentioned before. Over at second base is Andy Trom. At short is Jack McDonald. At third base is Fisher Johnson. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Kelby Erdman, and it hit him. Blue Sox have their first base runner of the ball game. Austin Cotton is hit with a pitch. Likely have a courtesy runner for the catcher. And in the outfield, we have Kylan Swenson out in left, Brady Baumgarten out in center field, and Jeremy Knight out in right. Here's a pitch in there for a strike. Umpires did a little switcheroo. Art Haugen was behind home plate. He'll be out on the base pass. Tate Gustafson was out on the base pass. He'll take over behind home plate. Here's a pitch from Erdman down low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Early goings, 1 on, 1 out. For the Blue Sox, Chase Halfley, he was our Enbridge player of the game in the first game, through a complete game win, and now Erdman hits Halfley, and now there's a couple of runners aboard. Runners at first and second. Senior Kelby Erdman gets the start. Now here's a pitch. It's a fastball, high pop fly down the right field line. Long run for Jeremy Knight. He's not going to get there. falls down foul, strike one. Riley Richter, the batter, playing at second base this ballgame. And here's a pitch. Here's a grounder chopped up the third base line, fielded by Fisher Johnson. He's going to try to make the tag, and he does. So Richter will reach on a fielder's choice. Half lead to second base. Austin Cotton is tagged out. 5 unassisted. Nice play over there by Fisher Johnson for the second out of the inning. Top of the first inning, 2 on, 2 out. Now, Brody Dickoff will step to the plate. He plays at third base. Wears number 22, big right-handed hitter. Now here's the set. And here's a pitch. Fastball is up. Ball 1. 1-0 the count. And here's a set from Erdman. And the pitch, fastball laced into right center field. This ball's hit pretty well. Long run for Jeremy Knight. He's not going to get there. It falls in the gap, and this is going to score 1 run. Here comes the second run chance, and there's not going to be a throw to the plate. The throw just kind of came in to Andy Traum. Didn't look like anybody told him to throw it to home. It's a 2-run double for Brody Dickoff, and it's a 2-0 lead early on for the Blue Sox. Both Halfley and Richter came across to score. So a big 2-run double for Brody Dickoff, and it's 2-0. And there's a high pop fly out to left field. Kylan Swenson comes on and makes the catch. In the meantime, Hillsboro takes a 2-0 lead, and the Kindred Vikings coming to bat in the bottom of the first inning on yourliveevent.com.
Make your stop before or after the game at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. Stop out throughout the week for mouth-watering lunch specials weekdays and mark Friday nights down on the calendar for prime rib, ribeye steak, or some walleye at the Knickerbocker. For more information or to find out about daily specials, give the Knickerbocker a like on Facebook by searching the Knickerbocker. Great food and good people. You can find it all at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota.
Kindred Vikings coming to bat in the bottom of the first inning. Here's our lineup. In center field, batting first is Brady Baumgarten. Fisher Johnson bats second, plays over at third base. Jeremy Knight batting third, playing in right field. Catching and batting fourth is Sawyer Hess. Batting fifth and playing in left field is Kylan Swenson. Batting sixth and pitching, Kelby Erdman. The designated hitter bats seventh. That's Dylan Stone. Batting eighth and playing at second base is Andy Traum. And at shortstop, batting ninth, is Jack McDonald. Graham Hess is in the lineup playing defensively. He's over at first base, being DH for by Dylan Stone.
Leading off the bottom of the first for the Vikings, number 1, center fielder, Brady Baumgarten.
Brady Baumgarten will step to the plate. Early on, big 2-run double to right center field by Brody Dickoff. Scores 2 runs, in Hillsboro, the Blue Sox have a 2-0 lead. First hit pitch to Brady is in there for a strike. Second pitch is away, 1-1. Here's an update from Castleton in the Babe Ruth ball game. They head to the bottom of the 5th inning, still trailing 2-1 to Castleton. There's a line drive into left center field, down for a hit. Baumgarten will stop at first base, thought about trying to scamper into second base. A line drive out to left center field. Leshik, the center fielder, made a nice, valiant diving attempt at it, but it falls in there for a base hit for Brady Baumgarten. Fisher Johnson steps to the plate. First game, he had a big booming triple to right center field. Hit the ball very hard. And the pitch fouled away. Oh, 0-1 the count. Number 23, Fisher Johnson. On the mound is Griffin Mitzel, right-handed pitcher, wears number 11 for the Blue Sox. His battery mate is catcher Austin Cotton. Here's a 1-1 set, and now the pitch. Ball down low. 2 balls and a strike. Here's a 2-1 set, and the pitch, swinging a ground ball, base hit on the right side. Baumgartner around second base on his way to third, and there will be no throw. So Fisher Johnson bounces a single through the right side, puts runners at first and third base. And just like that, the Kindred Vikings have 2 hits. Trailing 2-0, bottom of the 1st inning. In the second game of this doubleheader, Jeremy Knight steps to the plate. His first plate appearance of the evening, swinging at a foul, strike 1. Jeremy Knight, left-handed hitter, wears number 17. Lots of power. Can hit the ball a long ways. Here's a pitch, swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes. Now here's a pitch from number 11, Griffin Mitzel. Runner takes off, swing and a miss. Jeremy Knight goes down on strikes. There was a runner on first base, so he is out without the benefit of a throw or needing to tag him out. Strikeout number 1 for Mitzel. Fisher does steal second base on the play. So runners on second and third now with 1 down, and that brings up Sawyer Hess, the catcher. Did not play in the first game. He did courtesy run for his brother. Here's a pitch in there for a strike. 2 runs, 1 hit, no errors for the Blue Sox. Vikings, no runs, 2 hits, no errors, but threatening here with runners at second and third and 1 down. And the pitch gets away. Could be a run. Here's the play at the plate. Is not in time. As Mitzel was covering, but he'll drop the baseball. There was not a play on him. Wild pitch. Brady Baumgarten scores on the wild pitch. And it's 2-1 now. Vikings strike for their first run. Scoring on a wild pitch is Brady Baumgarten. Swing and a miss by Sawyer Hess. 2-1 now. And here's a pitch. It's away. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count. Sawyer Hess, the batter, leads the team with 3 home runs. Here's a 2-2 pitch, swing and a foul. 14 pitches thrown now by the right-hander, Griffin Mitzel. Now here's a 2-2 set, and the pitch. Swing and a line drive, foul down the third base line. That ball was hit hard and right near the knees of Josh Omeris, coaching down the third baseline. Oakley Dubord coaching at first base now for the Vikings. Here's a 2-2 set, and the pitch off speed, hit high in the air to center field. This should tie up the game, and it's caught out in deep center field by Leshik. And Fisher Johnson could walk home. Hit a long ways by Sawyer Hess to center field. That's a sacrifice fly and a run batted in for the second out. Fisher Johnson scores to make it 2-2. Now Kylan Swenson will bat. Swenson starting in left field. He started in left field in the first game as well. Came in to pitch and pitched 3 scoreless innings. Up in the count, 2-0. Vikings scoring a wild pitch and now a sacrifice fly to tie this ball game up at 2. This pitch misses. 3-0 the count. Now here's the 3-0 set and the pitch. Fastball down. He walked him. Kylan Swenson is aboard.
Swenson draws walk, brings it number 15.
Kylan Swenson has some speed. Tie ball game, bottom of the first inning. Second game of the doubleheader. Blue Sox win the first one by a score of 4-2. Throw over to first base is not in time. Senior night at the ballpark. We recognize in between innings all of the seniors. Parents got to come out on the field for some pictures. Here's a ground ball by Erdman to the shortstop. Long throw across the diamond in time, and it's a 6-3 putout. Tyson Sunby over to Limke over at first base. And that's a side for the Kindred Vikings. They do come up with a couple of runs. And we head to the top of the second inning. We're tied at 2 on yourliveevent.com.
Accounting needs you may have, Todd Our World Certified Public Accountant has you covered. From income tax planning, preparation, and consulting for individuals and businesses. Todd Wold CPA would like to wish the best to the teams competing and thank the coaches and players for their hard work and dedication throughout the season on and off the field, as anything can happen every night at the Diamond. For more information, go online to wold-cpa.com. That's wold-cpa.com.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
Welcome back to Kindred. We're tied at 2. We headed in the top of the second inning. Kelby Erdman on the mound will face the 7, 8, 9 hitters. Carter Limke, Carson Kazette, and Tyson Sunby. The Blue Sox got their 2 runs on a big 2-run double by Brody Dickoff, the third baseman. Drove one to right center field. First 2 runs of the ball game for either team. Kindred Vikings tied it up in the bottom of the first. Brady Baumgarten scored on a wild pitch. And then Sawyer Hess drove home Fisher Johnson with a sacrifice fly to deep center field. And that's where we stand, 2-2. Here's a pitch. First pitch swinging high, pop fly. Right field, Jeremy Knight comes on and makes a catch. And Carter Limke is down on a pitch. And there's one away. Top of the second inning. And that'll bring up right fielder Carson Kazette. First pitch, aim is a ball. Now here's a 1-0 set by Erdman. And the pitch, fastball, misses inside. 2 balls and no strikes. And here's a pitch from Erdman, fastball up. 3 balls and no strikes. Mike Bernier along with you on yourliveevent.com. Henry Kuznia running the camera. Here's a 3-0 set and the pitch, fastball down, he walked him. Kazette draws a walk. So runner on first base with 1 down. Tie ball game 2-2. Top of 2. Tyson Sunby steps to the plate. Playing over at shortstop. And the first pitch to him is over for a strike. Strike one on Tyson Sunby. And here's the 0-1 set. And here's a pitch. Fastball grounded out towards short. McDonald to set. Oh, he drops it, and everybody's safe. And now a long throw over to first base. And there's going to be 2 errors on the play. It'll be E6. Could have been a double play, a 6-4-3. There's an error, and then McDonald tried to make up for it by throwing him out at first base, and he throws it errantly, and the runner will go over to third base. 2 errors on the play. So runners at first and third now with a 1 out. And that'll bring up Tyson Leschik, the center fielder. He flew out to center field to lead off the ball game. And now they got the runner in between first and third. Now there's a play to the plate, and it's going to be a throw up the line and a throw down to second. Everybody's safe. Couple of steals. Instead of just getting an out, they try to go to the plate and get the runner there, but instead, everybody's safe on a couple of stolen bases. And for the Blue Sox, they score a run and take a 3-2 lead. And now here's a wild pitch, and that'll get Sunby over to third. There is 1 out. Runner on third now, 3-2 lead for the Blue Sox. Here's the pitch by Erdman, ball upstairs. We're back to the top of the order. Tyson Leschik, the batter. A lot of action in this at-bat. And here's the 2-1, it's up. 3 balls and a strike. Next pitch will be Erdman's 25th pitch. And here's a pitch in there for a strike. Full count. And here's the 3-2 set by Erdman, and the pitch swinging a ground ball hard down the third base line, foul. Still 3-2. Now here's the 3-2 set, and the pitch swinging a fly ball into left field. Kylan Swenson's there to track it down. There might be a play at the plate. Here's a throw coming all the way through, cut off by Fisher Johnson, and it won't be in time. It's a sacrifice fly to left field for Leschik. Second out, it is recorded, but for the Blue Sox, they take a 4-2 lead with the 2 outs in the top of the second inning. And that'll bring up Austin Cotton. He was hit by a pitch in the first. 4-2 lead. Blue Sox 4 runs, 1 hit, no errors. Vikings 2 runs, 2 hits, 2 errors. Now here's the pitch from Erdman. Off speed in there for a strike. And he goes down on strikes in the inning. However, Blue Sox come up with a couple of runs with the help of a couple of errors, and they have a 4-2 lead as we head to the bottom of the 4th on yourliveevent.com.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo-Moorhead and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial sales and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Kindred Vikings bat in the bottom of the second inning. Do it next inning. Dylan Stone, Andy Trom, and Jack McDonald. In the bottom of the third inning, we're going to bring Paul Quizlin over here, and we'll talk a little baseball. We have we're hosting the big rookies and Pee-wee tournament this weekend, starting tomorrow. So a lot of baseball games going on. We'll talk to Paul Quizlin about that. Paul Quizlin, the director of Kindred Youth Baseball. Dylan Stone to bat. He's a designated hitter, followed by Andy Trom and Jack McDonald. 4-2 lead for the Blue Sox. And in the bottom of the second, Dylan Stone getting his first plate appearance of the night. First pitch, high pop fly out to left. Halfley comes on and makes a nice running catch. One pitch, one out. And that'll bring up Andy Trom. Andy Trom had a big RBI single in the first ball game. Cut the lead to 4-2 at the time, and that's where the game ended. And that'll bring up Andy Trom. Jack McDonald to follow. One out, nobody on. Right-handed pitcher Mitzel. Breaking ball in there for a strike. No balls and 2 strikes to count to number 10, Andy Trom. One of the 2 super seniors on the year. Here's the 0-2, breaking ball, called strike 3 on the outside part of the plate. And there's 2 away. Jack McDonald steps to the plate. He's a shortstop. And now here's a pitch from Mitzel in there for a strike. Mitzel has thrown 27 pitches. Beautiful evening for baseball. And here's the 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball looped into shallow left. The shortstop goes out and can't make the catch. I think that'll be scored a base hit. Maybe it's one of those balls that should have been caught, but shortstop thought he tracked it down, but it was just carried a little bit longer, and Jack McDonald drops a single into left field. The Vikings have a 2-out base hit, and we head to the bottom, or to the top of the order, rather, with Brady Baumgarten. He singled in the first and came around to score on a wild pitch. First pitch to him is a ball. Now here's a pitch. Nearly hits Baumgarten. Throw down to second base. Not in time. McDonald steals second base. Now the Vikings have a runner in scoring position with the 2 outs. And a 2-0 count to Brady Baumgarten. Here's the 2-0 set, and here's the pitch. Fastball in there for a strike. 2-1 the count. Here's a 2-1 pitch. Swinging at a high pop fly left side of the infield. Sunby, the shortstop, goes out there and makes a catch and puts it away in shallow left field. So Mitzel comes in, gets a shutdown inning after his team gives him the lead. And the Blue Sox lead it by a score of 4-2, and we head to the top of the third inning on yourliveevent.com.
Green Earth Landscaping offers a full range of services, including commercial and residential landscape design and installation, maintenance and sprinkler services. From outdoor kitchens to patios, retaining walls, lighting, fine grade, sod and hydroseed, and anything in between, Green Earth Landscaping has you covered, servicing the Fargo-Moorhead area and beyond. For more information, go online to greenearthnd.com. That's greenearthnd.com.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neelsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsboro, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argusville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
Hillsboro Central Valley Blue Sox batting in the top of the third inning. 2-1 count on the third batter, Chase Halfley. He was hit by a pitch at the first and came around to score. That was in the first. Here's a 2-1 pitch by Kelby Erdman, fastball down. 3 balls and 1 strike. 4-2 lead for the Blue Sox. Top of the third inning. 3-1 count on Chase Halfley. Here's a pitch fouled away. It'll be Halfley, Richter, and Dickoff, the 3, 4, and 5 hitters for the Blue Sox. And here's a pitch from Erdman. Line drive, hard hit ground ball out to Jack McDonald. Throws across the diamond over to Graham Hess in time for the 6-3 putout, and there's one away. And Riley Richter will step to the plate. He reached on a fielder's choice and scored a run in the first, so he's 0 for 1 with that run scored. Erdman throwing out of the full windup, kicks and fires, fastball, looped out to shallow center field. Jack McDonald calls for it. The shortstop goes out and makes a nice running catch for the second out of the inning. 4 in a row set down by Erdman. And here's the pitch from number 15, Kelby Erdman. Off speed, misses up. Ball 1. Brady Dickoff with a big 2-run double in the first. That gave the Blue Sox a 2-0 lead. Ground ball in the hole. Nice stop by Jack McDonald, and a long throw is going to sail into the dugout. So it'll be an infield single for Dickoff, and then an error getting him to second base. Third error on the Vikings. So an infield base hit, and advances to second base. The ball did sail into the dugout, so automatically the runner gets to move up to second base. That'll bring up Griffin Mitzel, the pitcher. He flew out to left his first time. And now here's a pitch, and the runner will not advance. Ball 1 to Griffin Mitzel. Now here's a 1-0 pitch. Fastball is up.
Back in the zone now.
2-0 the count.
Get out of the inning. Just a fly ball here.
And here's a pitch from Erdman. Fastball in there for a strike. 4 runs, 2 hits, no errors for the Blue Sox. Kindred Vikings, 2 runs, 3 hits, 3 errors. Top of 3, and the pitch inside. 3 balls and a strike. Kelby Erdman on the mound for the Vikings, throwing out of the stretch. Rocks and fires. Fastball, line drive, foul down the right field line. That fills up the count. Kelby's throwing 43 pitches. One of the seniors honored tonight. And here's the full count pitch. It's outside. He walked him. Runners on first and second base. Still with 2 outs. Now here's a set by Erdman. And the pitch. Fastball up. 1-0 the count. And here's the 1-0 pitch by Erdman. Ground ball, foul, just foul down the third base line, strike 1. Ball was hit hard, but snuck foul. That would have scored at least 1 run. But it's a foul ball, 1-1 the count to Carter Limke. He's 0 for 1. He flew out to right field his first time up. Here's the throw down to second base. Back in time is the runner. Number 22, he's back safely. 4-2 lead for the Blue Sox. And here's a 1-2, swinging a ground ball. Once again, foul, just fouled on the third base line. Hit the ball very hard down there a couple of times, and they've snuck foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And here's a 1-2 set, and the pitch off speed, misses in. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And here's a pitch. It's fouled away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The count. 50 pitches for Erdman. Now here's a 2-2 set. By Erdman. Rocks and fires. Fastball hit hard again down the third base line. This time fielded by Fisher Johnson. And he wasn't sure what was going on there. He didn't know if he had to make a hard throw. Didn't know if he had to tag the runner. Didn't know if he could just touch third base and get the third out. He touched third, also tagged him, so either way, the out is recorded. It's a fielder's choice, 5 unassisted. And that's the half inning for the Blue Sox, and they lead it by a score of 4-2 as we head to the bottom of the third inning on yourliveevent.com.
For any accounting needs you may have, Todd Our World Certified Public Accountant has you covered. From income tax planning, preparation, and consulting for individuals and businesses. Todd Wold CPA would like to wish the best to the teams competing and thank the coaches and players for their hard work and dedication throughout the season on and off the field, as anything can happen every night at the Diamond. For more information, go online to wold-cpa.com. That's wold-cpa.com. Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the 3-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
And we're back live. Fisher Johnson to lead it off for the Kindred Vikings. Find themselves down by a score of 4-2 in the bottom of the third inning. We're joined by Paul Quislin, the director of Kindred Youth Baseball, as ball 1 to Fisher Johnson. Well, we got a big tournament coming up this weekend, Paul.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of action going on here in Kindred over the next couple of days. We've got 24 teams coming in for the Midcast Little League tournament. There'll be the 2 championship brackets over at Pro Ag, and then there'll be the...
Here's a high fly ball hit deep to right field, way back there off the fence. Fisher Johnson's going to try to get into second base, and he will, with a leadoff stand-up double off the fence in right field. So I'm challenging Paul Quislin here. He's trying to run the camera and trying to talk about baseball at the same time, as we got Hank Kuznia over covering for you over at the PA. So a lot of baseball, a lot of weird action going on up here in the press box.
Yeah, I got caught trying to keep the camera going there.
Well, we did fine. Fisher Johnson bounced it off the fence out there, and it's a leadoff double for the Vikings. Jeremy Knight steps to the plate.
Yeah, so again, we got the 2 championship brackets over at Pro Ag and the consolation brackets over at Gilbertson Diamond back there, and there'll be a lot of baseball going on. We're hoping the overnight rains just kind of give us a good take down the dust and let us play ball tomorrow.
How many years have you been involved with Kindred Youth Baseball?
Kindred Youth Baseball, it's been 25.
25 years, yep. And it's about 40 years overall in the baseball life?
Yep, 40 years. I think I can't remember exactly, but my last year at Legion was in the summer of '82, and I believe I started coaching that Legion team the next year. So that would have been '83, so it's been a while.
Been a long time, and we have Kindred Youth Baseball. We got our last games on your live event tonight with this American Legion ball game. Jeremy Knight, the batter, takes a strike. It's a 3-1 count, runner on second, nobody out. 4-2 deficit for the Kindred Vikings. Blue Sox up by the 4-2 score. Paul Quislen joining us. Here's a pitch. It's a walk for Jeremy Knight. So runners at first and second with nobody out. So with the tournament, there's a lot of planning, a lot of preparation that goes into a tournament. You have your umpires set, you have concession workers set, and that's just a little small piece of the pie.
Well, we actually need some concession workers. We got some holes in the tournament, and right now the Babe Ruth is playing over in Castleton. Looks like that might
foul ball. Looks like it goes out of play. Strike one to Sawyer Hess.
So we're got a lot of people, over there watching their boys play, so it kind of narrows our pool a little bit. But so if anyone's out there that wants to help us out, we got some holes in the concession stand for tomorrow later in the afternoon that we could fill in.
Sure. So a lot of work goes into this, a lot of preparation, a lot of planning. Here's a pitch to Hess. It's in there for a strike. Runners in first and second, 0-2 count to Hess. He had a sacrifice fly in the first inning.
Yeah, we've been at it. We're kind of in quite a baseball typhoon here just lately. Oh, we better watch that one.
Here's a high fly ball into left field, playable. Left fielder Halfley goes over and makes a catch. He'll throw it long, strong throw over to third base, and it's going to skip into the dugout, and the runners will advance on the air. So it's a fly out for Sawyer Hess. One out. Johnson moves to third. Jeremy Knight to second base on the throwing error by the left fielder.
Yeah, I definitely get an F on the camera there. I think I had the sky for a little while there.
Well, Halfley made the catch, and then he tried to make a long, strong throw to hold the runners at the bases, but instead it sailed over the third baseman's head and into the dugout, so the runners got to automatically advance. And imagine that, Kylan Swenson on the first pitch gets hit by a pitch and loads the bases. That'll bring up Kelby Erdman with the bases loaded, and we'll have a coaching visit to the mound, which is perfect. And so we're talking to Paul Quislen. And
we're talking about a lot of baseball lately. This will be tonight. This is day number 11 with consecutive ball games at home. Tomorrow will be 12, and Saturday will be 13. 13 consecutive games or days with games, and it'll be 63 home games over that 13-day span. It's a lot of baseball.
So how has Kindred Youth Baseball expanded over the 25 years?
Well, I got here in 2001. I coached a little bit for the Legion. They were running baseball at the time, and we had a Pee Wee, a rookie, and a Babe Ruth, and Coach Milbrandt had the Babe Ruth, and I had the Pee Wee and the rookie team, and 3 teams, 39 kids, and about 5 years later we had, I believe we were up to 6 teams, and we didn't have a lot of money or anything. We were running out of our own pockets. I was actually coaching 5 teams at the time. I had 2 squirts, 2 Pee Wee, and a rookie team, and
wow.
And that's when I kind of threw out my shoulder. But
throwing batting practice, I assume?
Yeah, lots of it. And then just kind of ballooned a little bit more. And 2013, Pro Ag was built, so or I should say in 2006, we had a chance to build our diamonds.
Here's a ground ball.
Jeremy comes around to score on that one, too.
Ground ball to third. They tried to force him out at the plate, and everybody's going to be safe. Another throwing error ties up this ball game. At 4 apiece, Fisher Johnson scores. Jeremy Knight comes across the score, like Quiz said. And Swenson scampers over to third. Erdman's up. So he reaches on the fielder's choice, and everybody advances on the throwing error. And that ties it up at 4.
Yeah, luckily all that action was over there because I didn't move the camera. But yeah, in 2006 we built that second diamond out back, the North Diamond, and then in 2013 we had a lot of teams playing baseball. This was still a skin infield, and we were playing a lot of Little League games over here because we just had so many Little League teams. And when Pro Ag decided to build over there, we went and asked the park board if we could get control of the softball diamond out back, and when we got that and we could put our Little League teams back there, that's when we went to work on this one. Put in the turf or the grass infield and the grass outfield and the sprinkler system in 2013, and slowly built our way up to do the peripheral here with the dugouts and the grandstand and everything, and the scoreboard. That was in 2020, I believe. So it's really looking nice. It's a nice facility.
Yeah. And so you talked about yourself and Coach Milbrandt coaching a lot of the Little League teams and things like that. Now we have where at the younger levels, the Pee Wee and rookie levels, we have dads coaching the leagues now.
Yes. Cameraman.
Dylan Stone with a nice job of putting the ball in play, gets the ground out 4-3. He'll get a run batted in. Second out of the inning is recorded, but Kylan Swenson comes across to score. And there's a runner at third base now. Carson Getty came in to courtesy run for the pitcher. Kindred Vikings take a 5-4 lead on the ground out RBI by Dylan Stone, one of the seniors that we recognize out here, and we did a nice job through the ceremony, and we had just some time to recognize the seniors, including this one, Andy Traum, a super senior.
Yeah, it was great to see Andy come back. Andy was one of our helpers when Dan and Nathan and I are working out here pretty much every day, and we usually have, or shouldn't usually, we always have a helper.
Here's a fly ball into right field. It'll be caught for the third out of the inning. Vikings come up with 3 runs in the bottom of the fourth inning and take a 5-4 lead. We're joined by Paul Quisland. We're not going to take a break. We're going to keep it right here as the Kindred Vikings, and we'll wrap this up. Hank Kuznia did a fine job over there on the PA, but he didn't want to try the pronunciations for the other team as they came to bat. So the Kindred Vikings have a 5-4 lead. We're talking to Paul Quisland. And a lot of baseball being played out here like you talked about. How about this American? We have 2 American Legion baseball teams now and essentially 2 Babe Ruth teams.
Yes, we've grown. Like I said, we had 3 teams and 39 kids in 2002, and we got 18, I think, 4 squirts, 4 Pee Wee, 4 rookie, 2 13s, 2 15s, and 2 Legions. So it's a lot of teams, which is great. It makes our facilities, they're very good facilities, but we need more. Our older teams on this diamond overlap an hour every day. They don't get 2 hours of their own field. They get 2 hours, and then another team comes in and for an hour, and a lot of overlap. And we took that out, the Gilbertson field out back, and we extended that a little bit so we could get some of our 13-year-old practices and start our 15-year-old practices out there, which helps. And
And keep in mind, people a lot of times are just not aware that this isn't just Kindred Youth Baseball's field. We have the school involved, we have the Park District, we have the City of Kindred involved, and there's probably other organizations involved in this as well.
Give it a try, Henry. Yeah, you're exactly right. This diamond here belongs to the school district, and the big diamond out back, the Park Board owns that one, and the North Diamond that we built, that is on school property as well. So
Carson Gazette, we are making Henry Kuznia go out of his strikes or out of his comfort zone a little bit, announcing for their ball club. It is Carson Gazette. He's the lead off. Kelby Erdman on the mound for the Kindred Vikings. 5-4 lead for the Vikings.
No, we're excited with the way the program's going. We're, like I said, with a lot of growth in the younger teams, we're looking at hopefully getting a project going where we can try and build a 3-plex.
There's a ground ball out to Andy Traum. He's got it. Throws over to Hess for the 4-3 putout. And there's one away. Tyson Sunby will be the batter. The shortstop. That one is a little easier name for Kuznia to pronounce. Tyson Sunby. So we'll keep it right here, and then we'll take a break after this half inning. It is the top of the 4th inning. 1 out. 5-4 lead for the Kindred Vikings. Paul Quisland joining us. Here's a pitch by Erdman. And how about all these seniors getting recognized? A lot of baseball over the years. I think every one of them came up through the organization.
Yep, all of them did, and it's great to see them when they, want to come back and be a super senior, and shows that they enjoy the program and they do a good job of, being ball players like we want them to be. Like we said, we want them to respect the game and enjoy the game more than we want them to win. We love to win, but
Here's a pop-up in foul territory, dropped by Graham Hess in foul territory. It's a foul ball. 2-2 the count.
Not very successful on the camera here.
It's a little tricky to run that thing. I know when I've done this by myself, I'm all over the place, and I'm lucky if I get to the camera.
Yeah, I keep forgetting I'm running it. But, no, it's good little run that we're on here. A lot of good baseball. Facilities in good shape. The extra turf we put in at home plate and the baselines has been a godsend this year.
Oh, yeah, cuts down on the maintenance so much.
Yeah, it gives us a chance to do other things, and tournament time we can turn the field around so much quicker. It's a very nice addition to the facilities.
Swing and a miss.
Kelby's looking good, getting us a little shutdown inning after scoring some runs. Nice job.
Team staked him to a lead, and he sets down the first two batters of this fourth inning. A ground out, now a strikeout. That'll bring us to the top of the order, and Tyson Lashuk. He's 0 for 1 with a fly out and a sacrifice fly. Pitches in there for a strike, so.
Kind of looking forward to maybe sitting in my recliner for a little while on Sunday.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. High fly ball into center field. And Brady Baumgarten is there, and it's a 1-2-3 shutdown inning for Kelby Erdman.
Better shout out to Carson Getty, because I can feel the throbbing in my ankle after today.
After the ticking a line drive when you were umpiring?
Yeah, he got me on Sunday. So I'll put that leg up on Sunday and get a little rest. But looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow and Saturday with all the little kids enjoying the tournament, and I hope they all come to Kindred and have a great time. No matter win, lose, whoever wins and doesn't matter. Just come and enjoy the game of baseball. That's what it's about.
Well, it's going to be fun watching these kids play, and wish all the teams very good luck. So thanks for joining us, Paul Quisling. We'll take a break on yourliveevent.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
Kindred Vikings to bat in the bottom of the fourth inning. It'll be the 9-1-2 hitters for the Kindred Vikings. Jack McDonald, Brady Baumgarten, and Fisher Johnson. For the Blue Sox, 4 runs, 2 hits, 2 errors. For the Kindred Vikings, 5 runs, 4 hits, and 3 errors. I'd like to thank Paul Quisling for joining us, talking about the big tournaments coming up this weekend. Got the Pee Wees and Rookies tournaments. We have the Babe Ruth tournament going on out in Castleton. And we got American Legion Baseball here tonight. That'll bring up Jack McDonald, reach on a base hit in the second inning. So he's 1 for 1. 5-4 lead for the Kindred Vikings. Bottom of 4. Second game of a doubleheader. Blue Sox took the first one by a score of 4-2. Here's a pitch outside. 1-1 the count. New pitcher. Number 22. Just realized that, and I think I threw off the pitch counts for everybody up here. So it's Brody Dickoff, the pitcher. Now, I'm not sure what the other changes are. Looks like, I believe Mitzel. No, Chase Halfley goes over to third base, comes in from left field. And we got a new pitcher, Brody Dickoff. 2-2 the count to Jack McDonald. And here's the 2-2 pitch. Fastball swing and a miss. He got him. First batter face for Nickoff, and he strikes him out. One away. And that'll bring us to the top of the order. Brady Baumgarten to bat. He's 1 for 2. He singled and scored a run in the first and popped out in the second inning. 5-4 lead for the Vikings, bottom of 4. And here's the 0-1. Brady takes it down low. 1-1 the count. Fisher Johnson on deck. Fisher Johnson almost hit one out. Hit one off the fence in deep right field. Here's a 1-1 pitch down low. 2 balls and a strike to Brady Baumgarten. And here's a 2-1 set. And the pitch, fastball, up high. 3 balls and a strike. Now here's a set by the right-hander. Number 22 kicks and fires. Almost hit him. Is up and in, and Baumgarten draws a walk anyway. That'll bring up Fisher Johnson. He singled and scored a run in the first. Bounced one off the fence. Well, in the air, actually, off the fence. A big booming double to right field in the third inning to lead off, and he came around to score. Here's a high pop fly over the third base dugout, strike 1. Blue Sox got 2 in the first, 2 in the second. Vikings 2 in the first, 3 in the bottom of the third. They lead it 5-4. Here's a pitch. It's a ball. Throw down to second base. Not in time. And Baumgarten steals second base. One and one the count to Fisher Johnson. Jeremy Knight on deck. And here's a set and the pitch. Fastball swing and a line drive into shallow center field. Down for a hit. Baumgarten had to hold up because it was hard hit. Chance the center fielder might have been able to grab that one. Line drive single into center field. Puts runners at first and third with 1 down. And now batting Jeremy Knight. Knight struck out in the first, walked in the third, and came around to score. Now here's a pitch. Fastball, swing and a miss. And the pitch. Runner goes, pitches a strike. Throw down to third. Baumgarten is back in time, so Fisher Johnson steals second base.
Come on, 1-7.
And here's the 0-2 set. And now the pitch. Fastball, swing and a miss. He got him on strikes for the second out of the inning. And that brings up Sawyer Hess with runners at second and third with 2 down. First pitch to Sawyer is a ball. 1-0 the count. Kylan Swinson on deck. Here's a 1-0 set, and here's the pitch. Outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Sawyer with a chance to extend the lead. Fastball down and in the dirt. Nice block by the catcher, Austin Cotton. 3-0 the count. Certainly Sawyer Hess has a green light on this count. Here's a pitch. He takes it upstairs and loads up the bases on the walk, and that brings up Kylan Swenson. The bases loaded and 2 down. Kylan Swenson, one of the seniors honored tonight. Here's a ground ball back towards the shortstop. He's got it, flips over to second base, and he's safe. Called safe. He says the second baseman was juggling the ball. Richter thought he just caught the ball straight up, but the umpire said he was bobbling it. So it'll be a fielder's choice for Swenson. Give him a run batted in as Baumgarten comes across the score. Fisher Johnson to third, Sawyer safe at second. And the Vikings score a run at 6-4. And that'll bring up Kelby Erdman. He's 0 for 2. He grounded out in the first inning and reached on a fielder's choice in the third. He's 0 for 2. Takes a strike after taking a ball. It's a 1-1 count. Vikings strike for another run. Lead at 6-4. Here's a pitch, swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Now here's a 1-2 set by the right-hander. He kicks and fires, breaking ball, lined into right field, down for a hit, and it gets past the right fielder. And the runners will advance, and now he's being waved home. Here's the throw to the plate. Got him. It's an RBI single. Another run scores on the error by the right fielder, Cassette. But they throw out Kylan Swenson at the plate, and they take an 8-4 lead on the play, and the Vikings drop 3 in the bottom of the 4th inning, and they lead it 8-4 on yourliveevent.com.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Express Lane Marathon in Kindred is your neighborhood convenience store where convenience meets quality, whether you're fueling up with Marathon's top-tier fuel or grabbing a quick snack. Express Lane has you covered. From hot stuff pizza, smash hit subs, premium soft serve ice cream, gas, diesel, and propane exchange. Make sure to use your Marathon app and get 7 cents back per gallon all summer long. Now offering premium 91 non-ethanol fuel. Express Lane is your friendly and locally owned convenience store.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo-Moorhead and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Kindred Vikings come up with a couple of runs. Can't get my score thing here to update. It is 8-4. Don't know what happened here. Kelby Erdman still on the mound for the Kindred Vikings. It is the top of the 5th inning. It is 8-4. I can't get the score to update on there. 8-4 lead for the Kindred Vikings. Here's a ground ball, base hit into right field by Austin Cotton, the catcher. His first hit of the ball game. Austin Cotton with an opposite field single brings up Chase Halfley. He was hit by a pitch and scored a run and grounded out to short. Here's a ground ball pounded out. 6-4. 3 equals 2, and it's a double play, a 6-4-3 double play hit in by Halfley on the first pitch. And quickly, there's 2 outs. He races the leadoff single. And Kelby Erdman has now thrown 4 2/3 innings. And that'll bring up Riley Richter. Reached on a fielder's choice and scored a run and also popped up. He's 0 for 2. Takes a strike. Richter having a little conversation with the home plate umpire. Calls time. Down to the count 0-1. And here's a pitch from Erdman. Fastball swing and a line drive. Base hit to right. There might be a play at first. Throw to first is in time. So it's not a base hit. A 9-3 put out. Jeremy Knight throws him out at first base for the third out. And that's the end of the top of the fifth inning. We head to the bottom of the fifth inning. Kindred Vikings lead it by a score of 8-4 on yourliveevent.com.
Green Earth Landscaping offers a full range of services, including commercial and residential landscape design and installation, maintenance and sprinkler services. From outdoor kitchens to patios, retaining walls, lighting, fine grade, sod and hydroseed, and anything in between, Green Earth Landscaping has you covered, servicing the Fargo-Moorhead area and beyond. For more information, go online to greenearthnd.com. That's greenearthnd.com.
Make your stop before or after the game at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. Stop out throughout the week for mouth-watering lunch specials weekdays and mark Friday nights down on the calendar for prime rib, ribeye steak, or some walleye at the Knickerbocker. For more information or to find out about daily specials, give the Knickerbocker a like on Facebook by searching the Knickerbocker. Great food and good people. You can find it all at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota.
Designated hitter Dylan Stone will step to the plate. Dylan Stone flew out to left and grounded out to third base. It did drive in a run. He's 0 for 2 with the run batted in. 8-4 lead for the Kindred Vikings. Bottom of the fifth inning. Second game of a doubleheader. Dylan Stone recognized on senior night. Getting a start at DH. Has a 2-1 count on him. And here's a pitch. Fastball up. 3 balls and a strike. 8-4 lead for the Kindred Vikings. And here's a foul back to the screen. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And here's a pitch. Missed outside. He walked him. Dylan Stone is aboard after a walk. Well, folks, I can't get the scoreboard to update here, but you're going to have to trust us. It's 8-4 ball game, bottom of the fifth inning. Dylan Stone on at first. First pitch to Andy Trom is outside, ball 1. 1-0 the count. Trom is 0 for 2. He struck out and popped up. And the swing and a miss. Throw down to second base. Not in time. Dylan Stone steals second base. So runner on at second. Nobody out. 1-2 count to Andy Trom. And here's the pitch. Off speed in the dirt. And Dylan Stone had a great jump from second base, and he steals third base. So Stone walks, steals second, steals third, has a 2-2 count to Andy Traum, trying to extend the lead. It's an 8-4 lead for the Kindred Vikings, bottom of 5. Here's the pitch, fastball laced into shallow center field, down for a hit. An RBI single for Andy Traum. Scores Dylan Stone. And it's an RBI single for Stone.
That brings up number 6, shortstop, Jack McDonald.
It's a 9-4 ball game for the Kindred Vikings. And that'll bring up Jack McDonald. He's 1 for 2 with a single and a strikeout. And here's a pitch, fouled away, strike 1. And here's a pitch from the right-hander. It's upstairs. 1 ball and 1 strike. And here's the set and the pitch. Runner goes, pitches down, and there will be no throw. Andy Traum steals second base. Runner on second with nobody out. Again, it's a 9-4 lead for the Kindred Vikings, bottom of 5. And here's the set and the pitch. The tall right-hander misses up. 3 balls and a strike. Brody Dickoff, the pitcher. He started the game at third base, now in relief to pitch. And here's the 3-1 pitch. Upstairs, he walked him. Bases are loaded. And back to the top of the order in Brady Baumgarten.
Brings up top of the order, number 1, center fielder Brady Baumgarten.
Brady is 1 for 2. He singled and scored a run in the first, popped out in the second, walked and scored a run in the 4th inning. A 9-4 lead for the Kindred Vikings, bottom of 5. Brady Baumgarten takes ball 1. Fisher Johnson on deck. And here's a pitch from the right-hander. Misses outside. This is a relief pitcher. I think Game Changer still shows Mitzel on the mound. But a relief pitcher is in the ballgame. Now here's the 2-0 set and the pitch from Dickoff. Fastball, swing and a foul back to the screen. 2 balls and 1 strike the count to Brady Baumgarten. So runners on first and second. I'm sorry, I think Dylan Stone scored. So McDonald's on at first, Traum on at second base. Here's a 2-1 set and the pitch. Fastball, swing and a foul over the press box. 2 balls and 2 strikes. It's 4 runs, 3 hits, 3 errors for the Blue Sox. Kindred Vikings 9 runs, 7 hits, and 3 errors. Here's a 2-2 set by the right-hander. Fastball is up. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And here's a pitch. It hit him. And that loads up the bases. So Brady's hit by the pitch. Traum to third. McDonald to second base. And there's nobody out. And we're going to have a coaching visit out to the mound. We'll take a quick break while we do this coaching visit, and we'll be right back on yourliveevent.com.
For any accounting needs you may have, Todd Our World Certified Public Accountant has you covered. From income tax planning, preparation, and consulting for individuals and businesses. Todd Wold CPA would like to wish the best to the teams competing and thank the coaches and players for their hard work and dedication throughout the season on and off the field, as anything can happen every night at the Diamond. For more information, go online to wold-cpa.com. That's wold-cpa.com.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
And we have a new pitcher for the Hillsboro Central Valley Blue Sox. It'll be Riley Richter coming in from second base to pitch. Not really sure where Brody Dickhoff will go out. He might go out to second base. Might just be a straight switch. So Riley Richter comes on to pitch. Kindred Vikings leading this one by a score of 9-4. Again, the scoreboard does say 6-4, but it is 9-4. And Richter is done with his warm-up tosses. It's 4 runs, 3 hits, 3 errors for the Blue Sox. Kindred Vikings 9 runs, 7 hits, and 3 errors as well. Fisher Johnson comes to the plate with the bases loaded and nobody out. He's 3 for 3. He singled, doubled, and singled. Added a stolen base, and he scored 3 times. Here's a wild pitch, throw to the plate, not in time. And Andy Schramm comes across the score. So it's a wild pitch. And the Kindred Vikings take a 10-4 lead. Still with nobody out. Fisher Johnson, the batter. And the pitch swing, big old swing by Fisher Johnson. Swings it, fouls it back to the screen. Strike 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jeremy Knight on deck. And here's the set, and here's a ground ball over towards first base. This will get a run home. First baseman fields it, steps on the bag. That's Limke over at first. It's a 3 unassisted put out for the first out of the inning. McDonald comes across the score to make it 11-4. Baumgarten to third base. 11-4 lead now for the Kindred Vikings. Jeremy Knight steps to the plate. He's 0 for 2, a couple of strikeouts and a walk and a run scored. So nice job by Fisher Johnson. Gets the run batted in. He's 3 for 4 in the ballgame. And here's the 0-1 set and the pitch. Breaking ball in the dirt. Is a ball. 1-1 the count. And here's a pitch. It's a ball. 2 balls and a strike. And here's a 2-1 set and the pitch. Fastball swing and a miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. And here's a 2-2 set and the pitch. Riley Richter, fastball away. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Now here's a 3-2, swinging the line drive foul down the right field line. Count remains 3-2. Runner on third. 1 out. And the pitch, swing and a miss. And Jeremy Knight goes down on strikes for the second out of the inning. And that'll bring up Sawyer Hess. Hess had a sacrifice fly in the first inning, flew out to left in the third, and walked and scored a run in the fourth. So 0 for 1 officially with a run batted in and a run scored. And the pitch, fastball in there for a strike. Now here's a pitch from Riley Richter. Fastball up, 1 ball and 1 strike. Bottom of 5, 11-4 lead. And here's a 1-1 set in the pitch, breaking ball in there for a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes a count. Kylan Swenson is on deck. Now here's a 1-2 set and the pitch. Breaking ball in there for a strike. And Hess goes down looking for the 3rd out of the inning. And how about Riley Richter comes in with runners on base, and he gets to the next 3 batters. A ground out, a couple of strikeouts in the bottom of the 5th inning. And at the end of 5, Kindred Vikings lead this one by a score of 11-4 on yourliveevent.com.
Selling or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo-Moorhead and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Green Earth Landscaping offers a full range of services, including commercial and residential landscape design and installation, maintenance and sprinkler services. From outdoor kitchens to patios, retaining walls, lighting, fine grade, sod and hydroseed, and anything in between, Green Earth Landscaping has you covered, servicing the Fargo-Moorhead area and beyond. For more information, go online to greenearthnd.com. That's greenearthnd.com.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neillsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsboro, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argusville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
And we're back live in the top of the 6th inning. Hillsboro Central Valley to bat. Brody Dickoff leads it off with another double. He gaps this one to right center field as well. Now he's 3 for 3. He had a 2-run double in the first, a single in the third, and now a double to lead off the top of the 6th inning. Kindred Vikings lead at 11-4 in the second game of this doubleheader. We're in the top of the 6th inning. Looks like we got a pinch hitter. Elijah Smallbeck will step to the bat. He's pinch hitting for the starting pitcher, Griffin Mitzel. He was 0 for 1 with a walk. Kelby Erdman on the mound for the Vikings. 11-4 lead, and the pitch, fastball in there for a strike. How about Erdman? He's thrown 5 innings, allowed 4 hits, 4 runs, only 2 earned. He's walked 2, struck out 2. Nice ball game for him. Fastball in there for a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And here's the 1-2. Fastball, swing and a miss. He got him on strikes. Sawyer Hess will have to throw down to first base to his brother Graham to record the out. It's a strikeout for the first out of the inning. Brody Dickoff advances to third on the wild pitch. And there's 1 away. Now number 16 is coming to bat. It's Brody Breidenbach. He's batting for Lemke, who flew out and popped out. One down, runner at third base. Kelby Erdman throwing out of the stretch with the runner on third. Here's a pitch down low. 1-0 the count to Brody Limke. And here's a pitch, swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike. And here's a 1-1 set from Erdman. Fastball laced into right field down the line, down for a hit. And this is going to score a run. It's into the right corner. Jeremy Knight does a nice job of running it down and holding the batter, Limke, to an RBI single. It's 11-5 now as the Blue Sox score their 5th run. Again, that score that you're seeing on the scoreboard, I can't get the score thing to work here, but it is 11-5 in favor of Kindred. RBI single for Limke with 1 out. Carson Kazed steps to the plate. He's walked and scored a run and grounded out. And here's a pitch from Erdman. Fastball up. 1-1 the count. And here's a pitch, swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Kelby Erdman on the mound. And here's a 1-2 set, and the pitch, fastball, just misses. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two and 2 the count. And here's a 2-2 set. Swing and a line drive into right field for a base hit. Jeremy Knight does charge it. He won't have a play anywhere. Perfectly executed hit and run. I don't know if that was the plan. The runner was off on the pitch. Trom went to cover second base, and there was a line drive right to where he was standing. So back-to-back singles for the Blue Sox in the top of the 6th inning. And there's runners at first and second with 1 down. 6 hits now for the Blue Sox. That'll bring up Tyson Sunby. He's going to show bunt, takes a ball outside. Sunby's 0 for 2. He reached on an error and scored a run, and he also struck out swinging. (11-5) lead for the Kindred Vikings, top of 6. Here's a 1-0 set by Erdman. Fastball is up. Throw down to third base. He's safe. Safe at third base. Tag was late. The throw was a little high, about chest high to the third baseman, Fisher Johnson. He applied the tag, but a little bit late, so the runners move up on a straight steal, so a couple of stolen bases there. Gazette steals second, Limke third. And the count is 2-0 to Tyson Sunby. A timeout is called at the plate. 2-0 count to the right-handed hitting Tyson Sunby. 11-5 lead for the Kindred Vikings. Blue Sox have 1 run in this inning. There's not a suicide squeeze, but a safety squeeze, and that'll get the run home as Sunby gets the bunt down. It's a sacrifice bunt for him and a run batted in. So 1-3 put out. They do get the run across as
Top of the order, number 5, center fielder Tyson Lusher.
As a run comes, here's a line drive down the third base line. It's foul, strike 1. So the second run in for the inning. It's an 11-6 ball game now. Kindred Vikings on top. Runner on third base with 2 outs. And here's a pitch from Erdman. Breaking ball up. Ball 1. So it was Breidenbach that scored that run. Here's a ground ball right back to Erdman. He throws over to first base. It's a little wild, but they get him. Nice job by Graham Hess of fielding that ground ball to secure the third out. However, a couple of runs scored by the Blue Sox in that inning. It's an 11-6 ball game after 5.5. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning. And the Kindred Vikings again lead it by a score of 11-6 on yourliveevent.com.
You may have, Todd, our world certified public accountant, has you covered. From income tax planning, preparation, and consulting for individuals and businesses. Todd Wold CPA would like to wish the best to the teams competing and thank the coaches and players for their hard work and dedication throughout the season on and off the field, as anything can happen every night at the Diamond. For more information, go online to wold-cpa.com. That's wold-cpa.com. Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ. 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Kindred, the Vikings back to bat in the bottom of the 6th inning. They lead it 11-6 on yourliveevent.com. I'm Mike Bernier, Henry Kuznia running the camera for us. Kylan Swenson, the batter. He's walked, was hit by a pitch and scored, and drove in a run on a fielder's choice. So he's 0 for 1, RBI, run scored. 11-6 is the score, bottom of the 6th inning. Here's a swing and a line drive into center, right at the center fielder, Leshik. Out in center field, so a line out to straightaway center field for out number 1. And that'll bring up Kelby Erdman. He's 1 for 3. He grounded out to end the first, reached on a fielder's choice in the third, had a big 2-run single the opposite way in the 4th inning. So 1 for 3 with 2 runs batted in. And the first pitch to him misses. Little shenanigans out on the field here. There's been some finger pointing. Now that pitch was behind Kelby, so a little chatting going on. Here's a pitch, fastball down. 2 balls and no strikes. Riley Richter on the mound. He set down all 4 batters he's faced. Here's a pitch in there for a strike. 2 balls and a strike. Bottom of the 6th inning. It's an 11-6 lead, and Erdman gets hit by a pitch, gives some clapping, little head nod, and he goes down to first base. And then we're gonna have a courtesy runner. Carson Getty will come on to courtesy run for the pitcher.
Hey, Dean, settle them down. They need to settle down now, right now.
Dylan Stone to bat. He's 0 for 2. He flew out, grounded out, and drove in a run. Walked, scored a couple of bases in the 5th, and scored a run. It is an 11-6 lead for the Kindred Vikings. And the batter, Dylan Stone. And a throw over first base is not in time. The ball's dropped anyway. Andy Trum is on deck. And here's a set by the right-hander. He kicks and fires. Fastball, swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The count to Dylan Stone. And here's a 1-2 set. And here's a pitch. Off speed, swing and a miss. Strike 3, and Dylan Stone goes down swinging. 2 down now with that runner on at first base. Now we're going to have a little coaching visit out to the mound. Riley Richter has thrown a nice little ball game here. He's faced 6 batters and got 5 of them out. He did hit a batter. So I'm not sure we'll have a pitching change here or not. It's an 11-6 ball game. Kindred Vikes leading. I keep saying that just because the score isn't updating here on my little thing here on the update. So there is 2 outs. Carson Getty on at first base. He's courtesy running for the pitcher. And Andy Traum will step to the plate. Traum struck out looking, popped out to right, had a big RBI single in the 5th, and came around to score, added a stolen base in that inning as well. 6 runs, 6 hits, 3 errors for the Blue Sox. Kindred Vikings, 11 runs, 7 hits, 3 errors. Runner goes. The pitch is fouled away by Traum, strike 1. So Getty will have to come back over to first base. And this pitch is fouled away again. It's 0-2, the count. Andy Traum, the batter. Jack McDonald awaits on deck. 11-6 lead for the Kindred Vikings over the Hillsboro Central Valley Blue Sox. Here's a pitch, breaking ball in the dirt. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And here's a 1-2 set by the right-handed pitcher. And the pitch, breaking ball down. 2-2 the count. Getty does steal second base on the pitch. And here's a 2-2 set. And the delivery. Fastball swing and a line drive into right field. Right fielder Gazette comes on and makes a catch and retires the side. Traum hit it hard. But that ends the 6th inning. Kindred Vikings lead this one by a score of 11-6. And we head to the top of the 7th inning on yourliveevent.com.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Kindred Vikings lead this one by a score of 11-6. We head to the top of the 7th inning. Kelby Erdman still on the mound. His pitch count's looking pretty good. He's got 85 pitches through 6 innings. Stick to 11-6 lead. Defensive changes. Brady Baumgarten comes out of the ball game in center field. Sawyer Hess moves from left field over to center field. And in the game, senior Jonah Larson goes in to play some left field for the Kindred Vikings. Kelby Erdman on the mound. Austin Cotton, the leadoff batter here in the top of the 7th inning. First pitch to him is a strike. Now here's the 0-1 set and the delivery from the right-hander. Off speed is in there for a strike. No balls and 2 strikes. And here's the 0-2, down low. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Austin Cotton is 1 for 2. He was hit by a pitch, struck out looking, and singled in the 5th. Now here's a 1-2 set, and the pitch, fastball, swing and a ground ball, chopped over towards third. Fisher Johnson charged it, couldn't come up with the ball. We'll give him an error. It's an E5. 4 errors now for the Kindred Vikings. Chase Hafley steps to the plate. He was hit by a pitch and scored a run. That was in the 1st. Grounded out in the 3rd, hit into a 6-4-3 double play in the 5th. Was the Enbridge player of the game in the 1st ball game. Pitched a nice baseball game and got the win. Complete game win. Runner out at first and nobody out. Kelby Erdman on the mound. And the pitch, it's going to be a foul ball at the plate. So strike 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. To the right-handed hitter, Chase Hafley. And here's a 1-1 set by Kelby Erdman. And the pitch, fastball, swing and a miss. Big hefty cut by Hafley. Wind is blowing out pretty much right field, straightaway right field. 11-6 lead for the Kindred Vikings. Here's a pitch, fastball up, 2 balls and 2 strikes. 92 pitches thrown now by Kelby Erdman. Now here's a 2-2, swing and a foul. Another big cut by Hafley. Blue Sox got 2 in the 1st, 2 in the 2nd, 2 in the 6th. Vikings got their runs, 2 in the 1st, 3 in the 3rd, 3 in the 4th, 3 in the 5th. 11-6 lead for the Vikings. Foul ball again by Hafley. 2 balls and 2 strikes, a count. And the pitch from Erdman. Fastball, swing, and another foul ball. Hafley with 2 strikes, taking some big cuts, getting a piece of it and staying alive. Riley Richter, the pitcher, on deck. And here's a 2-2 set, and the pitch, off speed, misses up. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Nobody in the bullpen for the Vikings. Here's a pitch, swinging a long drive into deep left field. This ball is crushed, and it's going to take 1 hop and get in the gap. Doesn't quite get to the fence, but Hafley with a stand-up double. Puts runners at 2nd and 3rd. For the Blue Sox. A lot of excitement over in the 3rd base dugout for the Blue Sox. Runners on 2nd and 3rd with nobody out. Riley Richter steps to the plate. Takes strike 1. He's 0 for 3. He reached on a fielder's choice in the 1st inning, scored a run. Popped up and was thrown out 9-3 by the right fielder. Swing and a foul. No balls and 2 strikes. 100 pitches thrown now by Kelby Erdman. There is action in the bullpen. I didn't catch the number, but judging by the mannerisms, I've been watching him for 17 years. That's one Maximilian Bernier. 1-2 the count. And here's a 1-2 set. Fastball, swing, and a pop-up. Shallow right field. Jeremy Knight comes over, makes a catch, will throw to the plate, and that'll hold the runner there. Nice throw by Jeremy Knight. Nice running catch, and he records the out in right field on fly 9. First out of the inning. And how about the day by Brody Dickoff, the starting 3rd baseman, came into relief pitch, and he's 3 for 3, a 2-run double, a single, then a double and a run scored in the 6th. It's an 11-6 ball game. Runners on 2nd and 3rd with 1 out. And here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball, swing, and a foul. So 104 pitches now. So the next pitch will be Kelby's 105th. So anything short of a double play here, like a line drive double play, this will be the last batter for Kelby Erdman. Swing and a miss. He got him on strikes for the second out of the inning. So Kelby Erdman, nice ball game thrown by Kelby. 6 2/3 innings. He allows 7 hits, 6 runs, 4 earned. Walked 2 and now struck out 4 batters. He is responsible for the runners on second and third. And we're going to have a pitching change on a pitch count. And we'll take a break on yourliveevent.com.
In Kindred is your neighborhood convenience store where convenience meets quality, whether you're fueling up with Marathon's top-tier fuel or grabbing a quick snack. Express Lane has you covered. From hot stuff pizza, smash hit subs, premium soft-serve ice cream, gas, diesel, and propane exchange. Make sure to use your Marathon app and get 7 cents back per gallon all summer long. Now offering premium 91 non-ethanol fuel. Express Lane is your friendly and locally owned convenience store.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo-Moorhead and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Green Earth Landscaping offers a full range of services, including commercial and residential landscape design and installation, maintenance and sprinkler services. From outdoor kitchens to patios, retaining walls, lighting, fine grade, sod and hydroseed, and anything in between, Green Earth Landscaping has you covered, servicing the Fargo-Moorhead area and beyond. For more information, go online to greenearthnd.com. That's greenearthnd.com.
Kindred Vikings take to an 11-6 lead. Runners on second and third with 2 out. We have a pitching change. Max Bernier will come in to try to close this one out. I don't think this will be a save situation. The tying run has to be able to be on deck. So that's not the case here. There's runners on second and third. It's a 5-run lead. So the runner on deck would be the 4th run, should he come across a score, and not the 5th run, if that made any sense. So for it to be a save situation, the tying run has to be on deck. And that's just not the case here. So Max Bernier comes on to pitch to try to close this one out for the starting pitcher, Kelby Erdman, and the Kindred Vikings. 11-6 lead. Top of the 7th. Here's the set and the pitch in there for a strike. The batter, number 3, Elijah Smallbeck, he struck out in his only plate appearance in this ball game. He came on to pinch hit in the 6th inning. 0-1 the count. Number 7, Max Bernier, timeout at the plate. So Max Bernier trying to throw out of the stretch once again. And now here's the 0-1 set. And here's the pitch. Fastball down, and it gets past him, and the runner will not try to advance. Doesn't make any sense to try to score the... Doesn't make any sense to try to score a run on the wild pitch. You're down by 5 runs, so your run doesn't matter at this point. So if there's any chance that you're going to get thrown out at the plate, you might as well stay at third base. Don't want to end the game at home plate. Here's a 1-1 set by Bernier. And the 1-1 pitch, swing and a foul, out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Kelby Erdman, 6 2/3 innings pitched, 7 hits allowed, 6 runs, only 4 earned. Walked 2, struck out 4, responsible for the runners on base. Now here's a 1-2 set by Bernier. And the pitch, off speed, outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Blue Sox won the first game 4-2. Kindred Vikings trying to take this second one. They're ahead 11-6. I know the scoreboard says 6-4, but it's 11-6. Now here's a 2-2 fastball Everybody flinched there. Bernier flinched. Sawyer Hess flinched. The umpire flinched. But it's a ball. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And here's the set. And here's the pitch. Called strike 3 on the outside part of the plate, and that's the ball game. Max Bernier comes in and gets a strikeout. We'll call it a save. What the heck? And it's an 11-6 win for the Kindred Vikings. And we'll take a quick break, and we'll come back on for the postgame show, the Todd Wold CPA postgame show on yourliveevent.com.
Make your stop before or after the game at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. Stop out throughout the week for mouth-watering lunch specials weekdays and mark Friday nights down on the calendar for prime rib, ribeye steak, or some walleye at the Knickerbocker. For more information or to find out about daily specials, give the Knickerbocker a like on Facebook by searching the Knickerbocker. Great food and good people. You can find it all at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. For any accounting needs you may have, Todd R. World Certified Public Accountant has you covered. From income tax planning, preparation, and consulting for individuals and businesses. Todd Wold CPA would like to wish the best to the teams competing and thank the coaches and players for their hard work and dedication throughout the season on and off the field, as anything can happen every night at the Diamond. For more information, go online to wold-cpa.com. That's wold-cpa.com.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
And welcome back. The Kindred Vikings win the second game of the doubleheader by a score of 11-6. As you can see out on the scoreboard, Kindred Vikings win 11-6 in the second game. The Hillsboro Central Valley Blue Sox did win the first game by a score of 4-2, but the Vikings come back and win that second game again, 11-6. Kelby Erdman on the mound for the Kindred Vikings. He gets the win, goes 6 2/3 innings of work, and hey, we just brought food up here. You can't go wrong there. So, thank you very much. Kindred Vikings win this one 11-6. Kelby Erdman again, 6 2/3 innings pitched. He gets the win, allows 7 hits, 6 runs, 4 earned, walks 2, strikes out 4 batters. He only comes out of the game because he threw the 105 pitches, and that's the maximum. So he was forced to come out of the ball game, and Coach Josh Almaris makes a change, brings in Max Bernier, faces 1 batter, and strikes him out to close out the ball game. And the Kindred Vikings, again, 11-6 winners. The loss will go to the starting pitcher, Griffin Mitzel. He goes 3 innings, allows 4 hits, 5 runs, 3 earned, walks 2, strikes out 2. Brody Dickoff comes in relief, throws 1 inning, allows 3 hits, 6 runs, all earned, walked 4, struck out 2. And Riley Richter did a nice job, comes in, throws 2 innings, doesn't allow any hits, no runs, no walks, strikes out 3 batters, does a nice job in relief for the Blue Sox. Offensively for the Blue Sox, how about Brody Dickoff with 3 for 4 night with a run scored and 2 runs batted in, including 2 doubles. Carter Limke was 1 for 3 with a run scored and a run batted in. And for the Kindred Vikings offensively, nice night at the plate for Brady Baumgarten. He goes 1 for 2, scores a couple of runs. But how about Fisher Johnson? 3 for 4, 3 runs scored, drives in a run. So a nice night at the plate for Fisher Johnson. And for Jeremy Knight, he goes 0 for 3 with a run scored. Kylan Swenson, no hits, but he scores a run, drives in 2 runs. Kelby Erdman at the plate drives in 2 runs with a big single. And Andy Trom goes 1 for 4 with a run scored and a run batted in. And the Kindred Vikings again win this one 11-6. You're listening to the Todd Wold CPA postgame show. For any accounting requisitions from income tax planning, preparation, and consulting for individuals or businesses, go online to wold-cpa.com. We'll take a quick break and we'll come back with some interviews with our player of the game, our Enbridge player of the game. Life takes energy. Enbridge, energy for life. Enbridge.com for career opportunities. And we'll also have our connection of the match. Brought to you by HTC. Discover local reliability you can trust. Hallstead Telephone. It's how to connect. HallsteadTel.com.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo-Moorhead and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Green Earth Landscaping offers a full range of services, including commercial and residential landscape design and installation, maintenance and sprinkler services. From outdoor kitchens to patios, retaining walls, lighting, fine grade, sod and hydroseed, and anything in between, Green Earth Landscaping has you covered, servicing the Fargo-Moorhead area and beyond. For more information, go online to greenearthnd.com. That's greenearthnd.com.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsboro, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
For any accounting needs you may have, Todd Our World Certified Public Accountant has you covered. From income tax planning, preparation, and consulting for individuals and businesses. Todd Wold CPA would like to wish the best to the teams competing and thank the coaches and players for their hard work and dedication throughout the season on and off the field, as anything can happen every night at the Diamond. For more information, go online to wold-cpa.com. That's wold-cpa.com. Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
And welcome back to Kindred Varsity Field. The Kindred Vikings win this one by a score of 11-6. Kelby Erdman picks up the win. And it was senior night tonight, so we brought Kylan Swenson up here. And Kylan, you pitched in the first ball game. You pitched 3 scoreless innings in relief. And then this ball game, you go for 3, but drive in a couple of runs and score a run. How did it feel to get out on the field for senior night for Kindred Youth Baseball?
Yeah, it was fun to have one more game on this field, and the boys played good.
Yeah, it was a good win. We lose the first one by a score of 4-2. A good, solid pitcher out of the mound for Hillsboro.
Yeah, it was good, but we got to be better.
So we come back. We win the second one. You score a bunch of runs. We put up 11 runs. And how do the boys feel about going into the regionals next week?
Yeah, I think we got some fire going into next week, and hopefully we can keep it going.
Keep it going. We got a lot of good pitchers and a lot of good baseball players. And you're one of the members of a very speedy outfield. It's kind of nice to have essentially 2 center fielders that are playing in the outfield. You got Brady Baumgarten out in center. You play left field most of the time, and Carson Getty out in right. Then you add Jack McDonald out there when some of the other guys are out. So a very speedy outfield for this Kindred Vikings ball club.
Yeah, they're all of them are fast, so it's good to have guys we can trust.
So we named Kylan Swenson the Enbridge Player of the Game. So congratulations, and congratulations on senior night, and thank you for all your time and hard work and all of the things that you've done for American Legion baseball and youth baseball over the years. So thank you, Kylan.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll take a quick break, and we'll come back with our connection of the match on yourliveevent.com.
Focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
And welcome back. We got our HTC connection of the match. Discover local reliability you can trust. Halstead Telephone. It's how to connect. HalsteadTel.com. Our connection of the match brought to you by HTC. And we're bringing up Jonah Larson. Jonah, you get to go out in left field and play a half inning of baseball on senior night. How did it feel to get out on the field in the Legion game?
Yeah, it definitely felt good to get out there. I don't know, just couldn't ask for a better night, I guess.
Good night. You dropped the first one to Hillsboro Central Valley by a score of 4-2. You come back and win 11-6. Boys put up a lot of runs tonight.
Yeah, they did. Bats were hot.
Yeah. And you came out a little bit late for baseball, but you wanted to be a part of the team, and you've gotten some playing time. I saw you get a base hit the other night in the B Legion matchup. And so how does it feel getting out to be with the guys and have some fun playing baseball?
It definitely feels good. I mean, I grew up playing baseball with these boys my whole life, so it's just good to have one more time on my home field.
And you played ever since, like, the squirts level, the T-ball, and you went through Pee-wees, rookies, Babe Ruth baseball, and all the things.
Yeah, I've been here for it all.
But it's been a lot of fun, so you're the HTC connection of the match, so good to have you up here on senior night, and hope you got some pictures taken out in the field.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, any shout-outs you want to do?
Shout out my mom.
That way, get Mom involved, and congratulations on the
Thank you.
HTC connection of the match. So Jonah Larson comes up and joins us on yourliveevent.com. This will end our broadcast. And thanks for joining us all season long on yourliveevent.com. Have a good night, everybody.